Hey everyone, we are live here on Kickstarter launch day for Subversion.
Yay.
It seemed like so long ago that this all started, and now it's here.
It was so long ago.
Ah,
Yeah, it was like
This has been a long
at
time
least 3
coming.
years ago.
that's why it feels like so long, cause it was. Hey Palmer, good to see you. Oh cool. Why is that?
Why
happening?
is?
So is someone on the... Oh, okay, no, we're there. Okay, I don't know what just happened on my YouTube, but it exploded. But we are live. Everything's good. Can y'all hear us? Hopefully.
I heard you on my
on
screen.
The YouTube? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. So we're gearing up here. We're about to push the button in 2 minutes. Opti, will you do the honors of being the button pusher?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
I have the I'm ready to launch button right in front of my face.
Awesome. So we are going to, and while you're doing that, as soon as you push the button, I've got kind of a weird screen because I've got the upcoming project notify me on launch screen up, but it's going to refresh as soon as you hit the button. So then we'll be able to see the numbers on the Kickstarter and watch them go up, and hopefully at the end of the day be hoarse from all the cheering we're going to do.
30 seconds, and I'm going to push the button.
Woo!
I've got a head start on the being horse.
Yeah. Welcome to the chat, people. Hello, Chris. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Cliff. By the way, you're sitting here with us. So, yay!
Hi.
Good to see everyone. I'm so excited. Like,
Yeah.
it kind of didn't hit me until now.
4 seconds. All right, pushing the launch button. No, just kidding. I'm ready to launch. Click all the things. Launch project. It's done.
It's
Ooh.
done.
Ooh.
I'm gonna hit refresh.
Well, hey, it's live. Woo!
Hey, we went up 5 project followers this morning. Hey, oh look, we are live. Who is gonna be our first backer today?
Yes, we have a bunch of people that were saying, "Oh, somebody backed! Somebody backed! Who was it?" I can't see who it was. Oh, there's 2 backers! Oh, this is so exciting. This is the good part.
Look at us go!
This is the fun part.
Yeah! Hey, look at us go! Thank you guys so much. Welcome to the chat, everyone. I see you guys in there, Elizabeth.
3
5
backers.
5 backers! 7 backers!
Woo!
Lord.
This is awesome.
This is so
awesome.
exciting!
This is the dopamine I need in the morning.
Hi, Clockwork Tuba. Good to see you. We're excited for your stream tonight. Also, I will need the URL because we are going to actually put it live in our Kickstarter so people watching the Kickstarter... By the way, Ava, can you make this live in our Kickstarter?
Oh, yes.
But later today, we're going to show you off in the Kickstarter. 15 backers, and we are over 10% funded.
Wow.
We are 15% funded, 17 backers. This is fun.
Yes, this is
Y'all
exciting
rock.
stuff. All right, let me go to my dashboard and see all the cool stuff.
Oh,
17
this is so
backers
cool.
so far.
I
It was
love
the-
this part.
In 1 minute.
Andrew Burke was the first.
Woo.
Good job.
Go,
And then
Andrew. You win.
Ryan, Eddie, James. Oh, Justin. He wanted to be first so badly.
21 backers, $1,800. We're almost at 20%.
Wow,
Oh, God.
that's insane.
You guys, so, part of why we stream together like this is for launch is, you get to see all the behind the scenes stuff. And the behind the scenes this morning is that Mr. Optimistic, was such a sad bean this morning. He's like, it's probably not going to do very well. I'm just going to set myself up for disappointment. And we are 20% funded.
We haven't funded in the first 2 minutes, so we're garbage.
Oh, thank you, Elizabeth, for backing. Thank you so much.
Yeah. always like we could be like a NPR, right? I just want to thank you to Andrew Burke, to Ryan Maloney, to Eddie Bordagis.
We have to have the
James
very quiet
Palmer,
voice to do that.
Sparty
So.
Bibb. You can be like Justin T. Meyer and pledge right now.
Justin
Or you could be like
Yay!
like Josh Toulouse and pledge for the core rulebook. John Sanchez has pled
25% funded.
John Sanchez, Steve Snyder, Earl Grey, Sheila Dixon. You can be like these and many other backers like Joe Martin.
I want to be
Brian
like
Lindstrom,
Earl Grey.
Darren Naverth Jr.
Darren!
Chris Holt, Thomas,
Chris!
Tim Patrick, Joel DePippa,
Tim.
Kate Gierschke, Aaron Ross Powell, Elizabeth Gonzalez, Bernie Monsanto, Jamie Andrews, Josh Toulouse, and Larry Najjar. Thank you all so much for backing. We can't do this without your support.
36 backers.
We are all listener funded here at Subversion.
Oh, guys, this is so exciting. Thank you so much for your support. Opti has worked so stinking hard on this.
Not just me.
Yes. Tell us
I
more.
will give a shout out. So the biggest two devs on the project, as far as word count goes, are myself and Ryan Maloney, who worked with us on Gangs of the Undercity quite a bit. And so as we sort of developed Subversion, like, you know, his name just kept popping in, and he became a super big part of Subversion. So he hasn't been sort of like on social medias as much, and he hasn't been, you know, his face hasn't been out there, but he's a really, really, really big part of Subversion,
30%.
and it's just as much his. Gosh, that's awesome, you guys. Thank you so much. And then also, of course, Clifton Lambert is here. Mr. Johnson, our own Mr. Johnson, has definitely put in a lot of work in the project. A lot of the sort of formative time that Subversion was coming together, Cliff was actually splitting his time, making sure that Misspent Youth Fall in Love Not in Line was getting out. So he was they were the biggest contributor to Fall in Love Not in Line, like the lead writer on that project. So they were making sure that the ship was getting I don't know what I was trying to say. My metaphor is falling apart in front of my face because I'm also watching all the pledges. But anyway, the bottom line is that Cliff has also been a super big part of Subversion. You will also see names like Darren Naverth Jr. and James Palmer and for Pete's sake, I just read their name. Joel DePippa, right? Also involved in various ways. There's a number of other people who have been sort of popping in and popping out because that's how Frag and Unicorns works, right? You know, you go where your passion leads you, and if you contribute a lot to a project, you do, and if you don't, then you don't. But yeah, it's been a super big work in progress, and lots of cool folks. Thanks to Aaron Ross Powell,
35%
Games, woo, Mark Smith, John Quinn, Swain Nisbet, Dustin Bridges, Josh Tveit, Daniel Gregory, Robert Wolford, hey Rob, Andrew Spargo, hello Andrew, Daniel Jacinto, Clifton Wright, thanks Cliff, Frank, everybody, thank you so much so far. We're just pumping right along. It's 6 minutes in, and we are 37% funded.
That's so cool. And 50 backers. 54 backers.
I like that number. Let's see. Who else? Oh, lots of people. James Dolkos, Kevin Wilson, Dustrio, Glenn Sellers, Superfly Kid 36. Love that name. Chris Moberly, Raymond Bennett, Dominic Claveau, Gray, Mixner, Galen Todd, Kevin Rank, Lewis Ray. Thanks, Lewis. Kat, thanks for pledging, Kat. Ramon, Felix, Carlton. Yay, Carlton, thanks. Keith McDivitt. You guys are awesome. We're enjoying
40%.
This so much. 40% funded already.
This is great.
Mike Elkins,
Wow.
7
Kyanor,
minutes
Lewis,
in.
Zolamore, Joseph Von Arks, Keith McDivitt. Thank you. Let me refresh this page. Boop, boop, boop.
We've got
my goodness.
We've got this whole plan together for today. We've got a schedule that's in the description. So we are going to do here at 1:00. We're going to build a community in Subversion together. And then at 4, we're going to do some character creation. We were going to do an actual play, but Clockwork Tuba was already going to do an actual play, so we're going to throw some love to them. So thank you for that. And so it's a big agenda today, lots to do and lots to talk about. And meanwhile, Ava is busily working at getting this all over social media, getting updates out to our backers, and doing frequently asked questions, and talking in Facebook groups and Twitter. And we're all dividing up like who's gonna like look at the comments and the messages and stuff like that, so there's not one person overwhelmed. So it's exciting stuff.
Yeah, Joseph von Arks, thank you. Louis Zoltor, Kyanor, Mike Elkins, Eric Welder, Maelstrom. Oh, and somebody else I wanted to mention too, Justin Tiemeyer, in addition to being just an amazing person, has also been sort of brought into the FUG developer fold, because he apparently has an uncanny, a mutant ability to do lots of copy editing. So he is definitely our sort of lead copy editor on our books, and he's been doing a great job for Subversion, and he did a pretty good job. He did a great job for Misspent Youth, Fall in Love Not in Line as well.
He's also editing for me for Shadowrun fiction now.
Hey!
Yeah. Really good work and very, very fast.
You're welcome. He's a gem.
Spreading the love across communities. It's wonderful. 44%, almost 45%, 66 backers, and we are 9 minutes in.
It's been 10 minutes. Come on. Christopher Gudos, thank you so much. Matthew Peter Sharp, Joseph Collins, Mark Coles, Guy LaCharles Gonzalez, thank you so much. Brian Johnson, Matteo Signorini, Jarlbro Games, thank you. Jarlbro, I love that. That's pretty cool. I want to be a Jarlbro.
Clockwork Tuba, let me good question. Can you send it to
What's the question?
Where to send the URL? Producer@realmalternus.com. That'll get it to me.
For the stream.
For the stream tonight, yeah, so that we can embed it. Robert Dunn, thank you so much. Neato.
Christopher Newton, John Trobare, thank you.
Just a reminder, if you're pledging at the $60 level, to make sure you click the early bird tiers so you get the map.
Yes.
Yeah, don't miss out on the early bird tier.
It's the same dollar amount as the physical book, but it has the extra stuff in it. Which I think the extra stuff is the map.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a 24 by 36 poster map of the continent of Azor on which Neo-Babylon sits. It's an incredibly detailed map. So having it huge and blown up like that is going to be super cool.
Cool.
It'll look great right above your couch in your living room. Which is, as I'm sure, where everybody wants to have a Subversion map.
I'll have to put
Funky Bits, thank you so much.
I'll have to put it next to my map of Bar Save.
I've got a map of Kael'thas from Coddlesworth, so it should go near that.
Everybody should have a room full of fantasy fictional maps.
Maps of places we'll never be able to visit in real life, and it makes me sad.
Hobbits love maps. Thanks, Tony Poposky. Thanks, Michael Bailey, Quentin Hudsworth, Sean Gallagher.
Hey, thank you.
Your gracious contributions help us stay on the air for another year.
Palmer's guessing. He's calling that we'll be funded at 19 minutes in.
19 minutes. That's a little pessimistic, don't you think?
And Justin had a good tip as well. That double check your pledge. So he almost didn't get his early bird reward because he clicked the wrong one. So make sure you get the early bird one so you get that map. Yep,
that's actually what prompted me to say something.
Oh, okay. 70 backers. And 47% funded. Oh, guys, this is so cool.
Yeah, 50% funded in 12 minutes. That's pretty dope.
Almost
Appreciate
50.
all
We're
of you.
47%.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then, so we have, hopefully when we, in 2 minutes hit the $5,000 or $10,000 mark, we have lots of stretch goals planned. Our super honest goal, Opti, should we talk about like what we really want to make in order to pay everything off?
You absolutely can. Let's give the people here a little insider baseball if they want it.
So like to really do it justice and to get everything paid for that we want to get paid for, I think our goal is $60,000.
That would be the sort of like, this is amazing, we've made it. Like, we'll make the book. Like $10,000 is just what it means to like make the book. But there's a lot of internal stuff that we want to do. There's a lot of
making RPGs is expensive.
There's a lot of people that need to get paid, right? Like who have said, I will do this, whether I get paid or not, but like who really deserve to get paid, including myself. Is that okay to say? Right? Like I've put a lot of effort and money over the last couple of years into this, and it would be nice to get paid, but like I would do it anyway, even if I didn't. But let me just also say,
you've also
super nice to get paid.
You've also put in a lot of your own money, so to make that back is like let's help Opti eat.
I mean, like food for our bellies is desirable. 71% funded, 85
73?
backers. Thank you so much, Jeffrey Delmy, Chadwick Miller, John Junskinrud, William Mayorga, Brad Bo Salesman, Megaphones. Thank you, Tim Aldrich, Astrid, Elizabeth Gonzalez. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
SF Joshtopia, welcome to the chat. Thank you for being here and thank you for the pledge. Igni, good to see you.
Thanks, Igni.
Yeah, let's. You're right. Let's back the shit out of this sweet baby. I like it.
Josh is one of our writers for one of our adventures that's going to be coming out by the end of the year. So say hello to SF Joshtopia, who is one of our writers. Also, I should say, in addition to doing our type copy editing, Justin Tiemeyer is also writing an adventure. Nathan Blades is writing an adventure for us, and Justin Palmer, James Palmer, who we just call Palmer and forget that his name is James, is also writing an adventure for us. So like we've got lots of adventures that we are going to be supporting over the long term. Too. And Cliff is also going to be writing an adventure. So we have lots of support for Subversion once it launches. We're not just sort of launching it and then walking away. This is our baby, right? This is the one where if we have any extra, we're going to be throwing it at. We're always going to keep doing more projects. We've got a Fragging Unicorns card game that we're sort of in development in the background. Cliff is going to be launching Hellslayers, I believe, in a couple of months, right? And that's a sort of Doom-inspired Morkborg hack, if I'm saying that right, Cliff. You can.
Yeah, I'd like to call it a hack and slash of Morkborg.
Nice. I'm working in the background on a superhero game using the Misspent Youth rules, which I'm kind of excited about, but I honestly haven't had much time to work on. I need to devote a solid weekend to it, and then I'll be finished. But Subversion is the one that we're, sort of, that's like our tent pole, right? That we'll be sort of doing splat books for and adventures for and supporting a lot at cons, and that's just going to be the one that we're going to be sort of planting our flag down on. And if the other ones go crazy, like, hey, awesome, nobody wants our books to sell more than me, but Subversion is the one that that's going to get supported more like a traditional RPG, right? We're just going to sort of put our flag in the ground and say, all right, this is where we live or die. And if Subversion sucks and shrivels up and dies, then we'll be really, really sad because we'll still be supporting it. It'll be like a dead corpse on life support.
I love how excited SF Joshtopia is in chat, and we are at 75% funded at 17 minutes in.
Holler!
That's amazing. Thank you, guys.
So exciting.
Yeah.
So exciting.
And Opti, we've got tons happening on other channels throughout the campaign, right?
Yes. Could you say more about that?
I feel like I tossed you a softball and you just tossed it right back at me instead of hitting it. So yeah, we've Ava has been working very hard at sending a lot of press releases out to streamers, bloggers. We've been on N World, Morris podcast. We're going to be on Clockwork Tuba tonight. Ginny Loveday from Steamforge Game is going to be hosting an interview with Opti tonight. Opti is going to be on Gen Con TV with me for an interview on Thursday. He's also going to be recording, it looks like, with Brian C.P. Steele, who is a Shadowrun writer and does a nerd podcast. That's recording this week, so I think it gets released next week. There's also already been a few reviews that have come out, right, guys?
Yeah. Let's see. Thornchan did a review of it. I think NoNat1s is dropping a review today sometime. There's been a number of interviews, but yeah, things are sort of awesome. And if you go to Clockwork Tuba's YouTube channel on YouTube, they have the community and character creation up, and if you watch the whole thing, it kind of sounds like Clockwork Tuba is doing a really long, extended, glowing interview. They're really just playing the game, but Clockwork is so excited about it that it seems like we paid him to say a lot of nice things about this.
Awesome.
Let's see. Is that 80% funded?
And 101 backers.
Fantastic. Mitchell, thank you so much. JFA82, Sean Burton, Skip Wyatt, Trollbeard, thank you so much. James Tillman, Erica Hoffman. Oh, Erica, thank you so much.
Yay, Erica.
Good to hear from you. Scott Rich, I do sound like one of those NPR people, which is nice. Scott Rachowski, Joe Stone, Peter Bonino, Omni Adams. Hello, Omni. Troy Mepians and Ed. Thank you, Ed. Mance. Joshua Harris, Scott Witt, Jeffrey Delmy. You guys are super, super awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it. 80.078 funded. Thank you. Yeah, this is super cool. If we can fund in like 30 minutes, like how freaking cool would that be? That's got 10 minutes left to get us fundated.
Awesome.
Yeah, this is super, super dope. And let's see, what time are we going to be doing community creation at?
1 o'clock Eastern.
1 o'clock, okay.
So 40 minutes from now.
40 minutes. Boom, ba boom.
Boom,
if we get
boom.
funded before then, I think that'd be super dope.
Yeah, I feel pretty good at 82% that will happen. I also love, sharing
80% confident.
Sharing some of the behind the scenes stuff again. We get to see on the back end, if you've never run a Kickstarter before, where our refers come from. And 17% of the people who have backed so far got the email about the project launching and came and pledged. Backer Kit is doing their work, which is great. Email from
82%
Kickstarter.
funded.
Yay!
Yep.
Just so much cool stuff here. It's really great to see. I'm so happy for
Gay
you,
Horst, Renato, Michael Finnegan, Jeremiah Fry, Jacqueline Lewis. Thank you so much, Jackie. Mitchell, thank you guys so much. Appreciate you.
We have Chris Moberly on who's a super backer on Kickstarter that commented, "If only I had $1,500." Yeah.
Also, you know what? Jackie has a Kickstarter going on right now that I backed called Rolling with the Youth. So
yeah,
check that out. That's a pretty neat project.
Yeah, it's about bringing D&D to youth. And she's just a wonderful human being anyway. But you should check that out. And we've been supporting a Kickstarter from a Black author as well. I'll drop the links in the chat here. Because, it's Black History Month and we need to support each other and support our diverse gamers and creators. but also white Opti.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the spirit of supporting diverse creators, but also creators who are an awful lot like us, there are another group of bearded white guys who have launched a cyberpunk fantasy game called Vault, and they're live on Kickstarter now. They're 90% funded, and we played a game with those guys. Was it yesterday?
It was yesterday.
Yes,
Yeah.
it
Time
was
loses
yesterday.
all meaning.
I'll be releasing that as an audio actual play tomorrow. So
Yeah,
listen to us playing
so
that.
yeah, that was a fun game, and the thematically speaking, Vault has a lot of touch points with Shadowrun. Not very thematically similar to Subversion, but it has some pretty novel mechanics, and the game is pretty fun. So, and the guys are pretty neat too. So, if you want to give them some support, please do.
I really like their attention to the components to help make keeping track of it, running the game. Well, to facilitate that.
Yep. I just want to take a moment to say 87% funded. Oren Merton, thank you so much. Molly Barnes, Molly, thank you so much. Chris Johnson, Chris Calicote. Oh, you guys always. I love seeing the same names.
Yeah.
That from previous projects and from Patreon and just people who have interacted with on social media. So it's good to see you. Douglas Peterson, BMV Bleb. Thank you so much. Scott, Eddie Bordages increased your pledge. You can be like Eddie, and you can also increase your pledge. Richard Holton, thank you guys so much. I'm sort of overwhelmed, and so I'm putting on my NPR face so I can not be overwhelmed.
All right, guys, we're at 89%. We can do this in the next 5 minutes. Let's do it, guys.
N hashtag W hashtag. Thank you so much, Roger. Both of you for supporting what we're doing here. We are at 89%, man, and it's 24 minutes in. I've never made a funded in 30 minutes graphic, but I'm looking forward to it. This is pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
That's really cool. You can have Ava make it.
There's so many talented people I could have make a graphic like that. So many talented people working for Fragging Unicorns Games. And you could also support them by following us right now on, what's the link? Kickstarter.com/project/fragging-unicorns/subversion. Or call at, no, don't call. I don't have a number.
90%.
90% at 11:25 or 25 minutes in. Thank you, Josh Richardson, Robert J. Stewart, Vort. Thank you, Vort.
Vort, thank you.
Appreciate you, and Michael Buswell. You guys are amazing.
This is so fun.
Thank you to everybody. Yeah, we are $977 away from funding. If nothing else, today has proven that Opti cannot do math.
I've made that mistake before. I think I forget what it was. There was a Kickstarter a while back that was like $920 some below, and I was just my brain was like, I'm gonna be the backer that puts them over the top. And oh wait, they're still 900 away. Oh,
Took my pledge back and waited until
Hey, Andrew Burke, thank you so much for being so excited. Huge Plex. Is that how you say it?
UGE Plex.
UGE. Hoy. Good to see
you. Thank you. Appreciate you.
UGE standing for unexplained genetic expression, which is people turning into different fantasy races or species in Shadowrun. Metatypes, that's the word, metatypes.
I've seen you all over social, and I always wondered, I was like, I wonder how you say it and what it is. So that's cool.
I'm not sure what Plex stands for.
In the Plex, like the Metroplex. Another unexplained genetic expression in the Metroplex.
Question from UGE, is there unique lingo for chummers in Subversion?
Yeah, there is one. It's Kora, which is the Akkadian word for friend. So you might hear people say Kora. But I will also say that it's spelled exactly like Korra, as in Avatar. So how much it gets used in the future, I don't know. We'll see. People just assume that I'm calling them an avatar, which might not be bad. Avatar Korra.
Ooh, Justin's getting you more people here, Opti. The pipeline from backing a FUG game to getting insider info on the Discord to becoming a developer for future games is surprisingly easy.
Right. So somebody wants to say, like, hey, how do I become a game developer? Well, the first thing you got to do is start playing FUG games, and then start talking about FUG games on the Discord.
Join the Discord.
Pretty soon you'll have an idea that people will irrationally push you to bring to life.
Opti, can you drop the Discord in the chat?
I can. Absolutely. Let's see. We are 93% funded. 2 minutes left. Can we bring in $700 in 2 minutes?
So in Akkadian, is there what's the addition for making things plural, or is it the same word both ways?
It's complicated because it depends on whether it's like a masculine or feminine, or et cetera, et cetera. And the fact is, I don't speak Akkadian, so I have to do homework every time I look something up.
You don't speak Akkadian?
Nope, I don't.
94%.
There you go. The Discord has been dropped into there. 94%. Man, I'm getting blown away. Guard Smith, cool. Thank you so much. Brandon Barnes, appreciate you. Darren McCormick, Alejandro Duarte, Jennifer Coffin, Chris Valentine. You guys are blowing me away. Appreciate you.
Where did you put the Kickstarter link, or the Discord link?
The Discord link is in the YouTube chat.
I think it's been auto-filtered.
Oh, somebody might have to unlock it.
Send it to
that problem.
Me.
I'll send it to you. Let's see.
When I was doing the Vault interview, it wouldn't let them post it in the chat. So
95%.
I'd have Darren work that around.
Let's see. I'm going to send it 14 different places to Sarah. Let's see.
Cool. Okay, I got that one. You can stop.
Okay. 95% funded, 30 minutes in. Holy crap. Will Wolf, thank you so much. Chris Brolo Lewis.
Chris Valentine, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Thank you.
Hey, Chris. There you go. Head to our Discord. Check it out.
95%, everyone. Come on.
Well, we can no longer say that we were funded in 30 minutes. Unless something miraculous happens in the next 5 seconds.
96%.
In the next 15 seconds.
We're so close. Can we make a graphic that says 31 minutes if we...
Right? Fully funded in 30-ish minutes.
97%.
Before it ticks over to till 31 after the hour, then we can still claim it. But never mind, too late.
It's too late. Oh, well. Oh, no, it's still 97%.
The abstruse one, welcome to the chat. Good to see you.
Hey Daryl.
Jinx. Let's see. McArgent, thank you so much. Josh Harrison, appreciate you.
Josh!
Ted Wade, Will Wolf, you guys are awesome.
Just listening to Josh Harrison's voice this morning when I was editing the next Legends of Earthdawn actual play episode, which is all done and ready to go out today.
Maximilian Rockefeller, Alex says, supported because I believe.
Yay!
Love it. Love it. 90, so we're still rocking 97%, climbing slowly with Thomas Davis and Maximilian Rockefeller being the most recent ones. And you can also pledge, just like them.
We're
support
$1
your local fragging unicorn today.
$1 under 98%.
Andrew Burke saying in the chat that we should do a graphic with a super specific funding time, like fully funded. And
that's pretty on brand.
33 minutes, 41 seconds.
Anybody? Hey, take your bets. When are we gonna fund? How many minutes in? I'm gonna say 42 minutes.
$141 left.
I'm gonna
42
say-
minutes.
I'm gonna say 35.
Oh, we're
minutes and
funded!
15
Holy
se- oh,
shit!
crap!
Yeah.
Yeah,
Holy poop.
100%. This is YouTube. We can swear.
Yeah, it's YouTube, they don't care.
Thank
Emnar,
you.
Samuel Evans, Gustavo Lefontaine, Thomas Davis. Thank you guys so much. We funded. Yeah.
In 32 minutes.
32 minutes and 34 seconds.
This is so
I mean,
great.
Confetti
2,
graphic or something over the screen.
34. Yeah. Do we have a confetti graphic? Is that a thing that happens?
I could.
Oh
look
no,
up-
that happens at the very end, right?
Yeah, at the end of the campaign, I could do something on the stream, but by the time I did it, it would be like way past when it's appropriate to do it.
So let's just take a moment and appreciate that, like 34 minutes in, or no, 33 minutes.
32 minutes
32
and 34
minutes.
seconds.
34 seconds. We've funded. That's huge, everybody. That's such a big deal.
Wow.
Not only because it's just great and we're super stoked to fund, and it sort of sets the trajectory for the rest of the campaign, but also because Kickstarter's algorithms start picking up things that fund very, very quickly, and that will sort of boost us when Kickstarter starts talking about us. And hey, we have lots of cool stuff that happens once we fund very early, and I can't even imagine doing this without everybody. And thank you so much. Let me read out some more of those names. We're 101% funded.
The comments of everyone excited here in chat is great. Abstruse One, Rick. This is, seeing how fast us chummers threw down for this. And how hungry we are for a lovingly made world. That's so sweet.
Oh, yeah. That's great.
Maximilian Rockefeller, congrats fragging unicorns. Palmer says, we're making a game, we. Mark Smith, welcome to the chat. Thank you so much for backing. This is so exciting, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you to Sean Humfer and Sean Gustafsson. Two Seans spelled totally differently, right next to each other. But that's what makes us all so... I don't know. That doesn't really make us that great. I was going for something and I couldn't bring anything clever into it. But I really wanted to say I appreciate the two Seans for backing us. And everybody who's backed us so far. I don't think I've forgotten anybody's name. I think I've been able to read everybody's name so far. So I read everybody who's funded us so far. Oh, nope, we got some more. Astrid Kepner, Nikolai, Tom Crone. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
This is so exciting. Somebody also remember that time that I put in the chat.
32:34.
Somebody should cut and paste that for somebody else, somewhere else so I can find it later.
Yeah, here you go.
And we'll put our graphic artists on it, fully funded in 32 minutes and 34 seconds. It's important to be precise in parentheses, right? I think that would play good.
The great Murja says, "Sup guys, congrats on the awesome launch. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us today too. This is so cool. And it's still going up. We're at 103%, almost 104% funded. It's so neato.
Bam, bam. Eddie the Yeti said, "Is there a live show or anything going on right now?" Yes, Eddie. that was in our Discord. I had posted something earlier on our Discord. Like, hey, you should come. Like right after that, he's like, "Is there anything going on?" Like, yes. As a matter of fact, you're missing it.
Did you post in our Discord, Ava?
Someone did.
Cool.
When I went to check, somebody had already posted it in Rem.
Oh, Eddie the Yeti is the great Murga and is our number 3 backer. Yay!
Oh! You found it. I'm glad you found it.
You're gonna check Twitter later and wonder for a split second why I sent you a tweet that just says 32:34.
I think Daryl's having a stroke. What is this about?
32:34 is going to be like a code thing for unicorns.
We
can do it, guys. 32:34.
The next game that everyone is under NDA for, we're going to be like, so Project 32:34.
Do you want me to make the fully funded graphic?
Yes, please.
I was not kidding about that. Yes.
Yeah.
And very specific.
Yeah. No, I know.
Josh Racy, Justin Wyatt. Hey, Bob Volbrecht. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks, Bob.
Appreciate you. Let's see. Sean Gustafson says, would it be possible to make the Roll20 assets an add-on? I don't know. I don't know about that. The deal we have with Roll20 right now. Oh, sorry. This is from a Kickstarter question. I'll answer it here, but I'm not sure. I'd have to talk to them about it, right? Because you sort of gave a blanket, a blanket approval for me to make it a Kickstarter tier. But I'm not sure about the add-ons. I don't know that would be a problem, but I can't say for sure. And then, of course, any assets that we have later on Roll20, you can buy from Roll20. So there's no, you're not going to miss out, long term. You just probably will be paying a little bit more for those by buying them a la carte, I suppose. And we do plan on having, like I said, like at least 4 adventures coming out by the end of the year. So you're going to be getting a lot of assets on Roll20 if you use Roll20.
This is so exciting. I need to go check your Facebook page because I was so busy watching the numbers go up for the first 32 minutes, 34 seconds.
Right? Like I feel like I'm falling behind because there's so much stuff happening on socials and so much stuff happening in the chat and on the Facebook or on the Kickstarter. Just like I don't know that I could get to everything right now. Sort of falling apart.
Well, that's why we said we were going to split the work, because so if you check Twitter, Opti, and the Kickstarter messages, then I'll keep an eye on the comments on Kickstarter and Facebook.
All right. Let's see.
And then we'll each watch our own Discord servers too.
No messages so far. That's cool. Dashboard. Let's see. Comments. Should be somewhere, right? Should be able to find the comments section somewhere.
2 notifications for Fraggy Unicorns on Facebook. Let's see. We are live.
About that.
Neato. Okay, everything looks good on my end. Look at us go. 107% funded.
Yay!
So once again, for those that have just tuned in, we are going to be here in 20 minutes. We're going to be kicking off with some community creation. So we're going to build a community together, which is part of the Subversion game. And then so that's at 1. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern today, we are going to be doing some character creation. And then tonight, Clockwork Tuba is going to be live with an actual play of Subversion. And at 8 p.m. Eastern, Opti will be on Ginny Loveday's Twitch channel for an interview. So lots and lots of content today.
Justin Carver, thank you so much. Jason Leisman, Natasha Blackwell-Shire, thank you so much. John P. Francis, thank you guys so much for backing us. Really, really appreciate it.
Mark Smith is Smitty Halibut, aka 17 here. So happy for y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Smitty. Appreciate you. Always appreciate you.
Jackson's.
Long time. We
got funded. We did lots of celebrating. We're very excited. We're 107%. And growing. Got to keep it going.
32-34, everyone. 32-34. 107% funded. Yay.
Josh Topia says, Justin says we're all getting 32-34 tattoos tomorrow, Lord of the Rings cast style. Amazing.
Thank you to Dennis, subscribed on YouTube. Appreciate you. So our actual play stuff and all of like the gaming type stuff will probably be here on the Shadowcasters network. and then any sort of lore bits or how to play bits or like technical stuff will happen on the Fragging Unicorns YouTube channel. So subscribe to Shadowcasters Network and the Fragging Unicorns YouTube channels. Seeing lots of people show up in the Discord, which is nice. Good to see you.
Yay, Discord.
Also seeing a bunch of different places on Discord where like every time I see something light up, I'm like, oh, I should post there. Oh, I should post there.
Yeah. Ava, how are you doing with stuff? Do you have some brain space to post to like Mobius and some of the other places?
Yeah, I've posted to some of my personal ones that I'm in that I know gamers are at, so I can post to a few more. I skipped over those for some reason.
Awesome.
And yeah, the Great Murga or Eddie, 1,000% fun. If we hit the $100,000 level, get a GM screen. I have an amazing idea for the GM screen, and part of Subversion's sort of gameplay loop is that during downtime, there's sort of a faction game that happens. It would be really neat, and I've seen some GM screens that have done this to one extent or another lately, but it would be really cool to have sort of customizable things that you can slide into the GM screen where the 5 factions or maybe more that your community interacts with, right? You have a plaque that sort of slots in, and then your regard with that faction, it could be like a slider that happens on the GM screen. I think that'd be really freaking dope.
Opti, go look at the graphic Ava made. I love it.
Where do I look at this at?
Kickstarter text channel in the REM server.
Nice. I love it.
You guys are going to like it. Ava, go ahead and post it. And then everyone go back to the Kickstarter page in like 5 minutes and check out what Ava made because very good.
See, you should post in the announcements for the Shadowrun Community Network Discord server.
Ooh.
I see Opti posted there about a week ago.
Yes, I have not posted there recently.
I think I posted in the general there because I don't have permissions in the announcements channel.
I do. Let me.
One of the Shadowrun community or Shadowcasters. I don't know. It's one of them.
We just crossed to $11,000 and 153 backers.
Nice.
110% funded in the first 45 minutes and 34 seconds.
Nice. All right, I'm going to just sort of stutter for a second while I dissociate and copy and paste a little bit.
All right, project image has been updated.
Nice.
Hi, Andreas Herman. Hey,
Andreas.
Says just popped up in my subscriptions. So what do we have here? Let's check that ominous link in the subscription. We're here for Opti's Kickstarter launch for Subversion. It's a cyberpunk fantasy ttrpg set in Neo-Babylon. We funded in 32 minutes and 34 seconds, which is very important timestamp. And we're just, we're really excited to be here. We're really excited for the day of activities and live streams that we have planned. It's pretty dang cool. Yeah, that GM screen. So
Super cool.
1,000% funded for that sweet GM screen. And we're at 110%. So
110% funded.
45 minutes.
Thank you so much to Jonathan, Abdulaziz Al Gabor. Thank you so much. Jen Stegman. Greg Marotta, Paul Smithson, Morton Sager Swordson, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. And let's see if the graphic was updated. Yes, fully funded in 32 minutes and 34 seconds.
I love
Captain Trollbeard. You are very clever, and you have an awesome name.
I love that. Says, still have not found time to paint my Undercity gangs, but the book doesn't need to be painted, so I can totally justify backing. I love that.
Indeed.
Andrew Burke saw Ava's graphic and loves it. Very well done, Ava. I should actually, I will work on getting that up on the stream here.
I've painted up several gangs for the Undercity. The ones that came with, and made a couple of what's the word? Conversions, of some other miniatures.
Mine are still in the box, mostly untouched, because I don't have the space.
I've committed myself to not painting my minis until we fully fulfill for everybody. Until everybody gets their minis, Opti won't be painting any minis. But we're still waiting on, I don't want to. This is something that will drag me down. I don't want to get too much into it. But we almost fulfilled every single thing, but the manufacturer printed twice as many of one mini and like none of another. So I was like, hey, can you replace that? They're like, oh yeah, no problem. And it's been like 4 months, and like they still have not just sent like this one mini that we're waiting for. So like there's like 30 people that just can't get their final fulfillment because like I don't have this one mini. So I don't know. I was like, anyway, I'm holding out. I'm in solidarity. I'm not painting any of my minis, and we're not selling any of those Gangs of the Undercity minis that haven't been released yet until everybody from our previous Kickstarter gets them. And they are happening. They will happen. It's just, man, I don't know if you've been following what's happening with Royal Mail, but it's been a mess, and the manufacturer is in England. So it is all a big mess, but it is happening, and we are thankful for everybody for their patience and supporting us in the meantime.
Yeah,
and also
saying you could paint the book if you wanted, but I wanted to point out that that the Gangs of the Undercity game with the miniatures is in the same setting as Subversion. So if you want miniatures to play with your Subversion game, which doesn't really need miniatures, but I mean, like, if you've got them, why not? It's fun. Then you can use your Gangs of the Undercity minis. And while that Kickstarter is long come and gone, you can still purchase a lot of those miniatures off of the Fragging Unicorns website.
And they will be add-ons, I believe, in the backer kit once the project is funded, right?
Yep. And if the we get that mini that we're waiting on, then all of the minis from Gangs of the Undercity will be up there. Yeah. Let's see. Laszlo says, "Congrats to the team. Will the Roll20 assets be downloadable so that we will use them in a different virtual tabletop like Foundry?" I have no idea. I don't know if you can download Roll20 assets or not. Does anybody use Roll20 or that could tell me that answer?
I can check real quick.
Is it an option that you can? The other alternative, though, is we are talking about expanding into other virtual tabletops. We've already been in contact with a number of them, so it's also possible that we could just sort of upload and do that with Foundry as well. But we know for sure that we're going to have all of our assets on Roll20. I don't know about Foundry. Ask me again in a couple of days, and I should have the answer to that.
It looks like you can just off the Roll20 website. There's a couple of steps involved here. But...
yeah, Daryl.
Good to see you in
chat. The whole Royal Mail thing. Daryl says, "I just want to play in a cyberpunk dystopian game, not live in one." Yeah, that's yeah. I feel you, man. Like, more than you know.
Mood.
Yeah, mood.
People still say mood, or was that like a 3-month-long thing?
I don't know. Like, if it's done with, then that's prime territory for me to take up the mantle.
Right. Yeah.
Like, oh, nobody says that anymore. Perfect. It's all mine. 114% funded. Yeah.
Yes.
We're at 11,445. That's super crazy. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a mood that
115%.
Nice. This is so exciting. Like every time I look, it's like a little bit more.
It's great.
So here's the thing. Even if the assets aren't downloadable, I guess some of them might not be on Roll20. You could always like just put them in a Roll20 screen, then hit the print screen button, and then paste that into like a MS Paint or something, and export that, and you've got the asset there. So
Yeah. Thank you to Peter Palmer, Dion McDade, Jeff Randall, Kelly Morris. Hello, Kelly. Good to hear from you. Creative Fun by Backer Kit. Charles Mueller. Waffles are the best. Sure they are. Yeah.
Heck
Trevor
yeah.
Sinclair, Reverendo, and Aaron Porter. Thank you guys so much for supporting us. You've gotten us up to 116% funded, and we still haven't even crossed the hour threshold yet. That's pretty.
Wow.
It's pretty.
to make up another graphic, describe exactly what percentage point we were funded in 1 hour.
Funded, let's say 118.92% funded in the first hour.
I love it.
Yeah, and we're coming up on the hour, and at the hour mark, we are going to transition from just live BSing and profusely thanking people. We might continue to do that. I don't know that I can help it, but we are going to transition into doing a little community creation session, which will sort of give you an idea of what it looks like to start playing Subversion, because the first thing that you would do would be to create your community. So that'll be kind of fun. Is it going to be the four of us doing that? I know Cliff has to step out at a certain point.
Elizabeth will be joining us.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll miss part of that, unfortunately, because I had a bunch of complicated comings and goings dropped into my day. So
Are you ready
I
for
don't
her
get
to
to stick
join,
around
Sarah?
the whole time.
Tell
I'll be back.
her to join with camera off for a second.
Hopefully
Or
before we're done with the
Elizabeth.
community thing.
If you are listening, join with camera off.
Oh, yeah, she might be in the... She was one of the very first backers.
118% funded.
Man.
Robert Aducci, thank you. Aaron Gordon, Robert Golubuski. Yeah. Evan Zero. Evan O. Most people don't have zeros in their last name. And S. Springgate. Thank you guys so much for supporting us and for pledging. You out there can be just like Evan and Mr. Springgate, Mrs. Springgate, S. Springgate, by supporting us right now using the link that is somewhere, or by searching for Subversion on Kickstarter. You can pledge at any level. You can get our. I can't do it.
I'll say Aaron Joswiak in the chat. I will confirm that yes, if we hit 200% funded while we're still streaming with Sarah, then Sarah has to say a pun on the stream.
I gotta
Yes.
go. Congrats, Opti. I'm out.
Thank you to Ferenc Solidi, Timo Rollins, Jason, and James. You've already got a pun ready to go. 121% funded. Yeah.
Wait,
5 minutes left.
I've got a pun ready to go. I do.
You made a pun earlier today.
Oh, I did, because Opti was
just
being
reuse it.
all pessimistic. So I was trying to make him feel better, but I
Wait, don't say it. You've got to wait till we hit 200%.
I don't even remember what it was, but I think I told him I think slightly less of him now because I had to do that. All right. Let's see. Is Elizabeth in here?
I am.
Oh,
I heard
okay.
somebody bump in.
I'm going to fix this quickly. I know the cameras are off. Give me 1 sec, everyone. Boop. You can camera on. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you. You're a part of this.
I'm very excited to be a part of this. Thank you. I didn't do anything except join this call.
That's not true. You've
backed
been
the
making a bunch of
Kickstarter.
graphics for us, which have been incredibly helpful.
That's Bree that makes the graphics, Opti.
Oh, let me look at who is actually in the chat.
Do all white girls look the same to you?
Oh, hey, Elizabeth. No, I guess I've been. Yes, because well, I mean, your names are so similar, Izzy and Bree. They're like the same name.
Keep going, Opti. Tell us more.
No, I've already significantly embarrassed myself.
I love it. We're at almost 125% funded. They really want that pun to happen.
Yeah. But yes, to answer your question, all white girls from Rem Alternus, they all blend together. You're all just sort of one amalgamated.
I feel like I might
person.
stand out a bit, just given the haircut.
Yeah, I definitely
mine's
know
pink.
Ava.
Mine's pink and Elizabeth's is purple, so
See, but it's all
we're all
Yeah, but it's all
special.
long hair.
shade. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Although we do all have glasses, apparently.
Rem Elizabeth. Yeah.
Nerds can't see, notoriously. It's
This is true.
It's very true.
This is true.
Anyway, I apologize. I've actually I've made that mistake on a much bigger scale in front of many more people. So
Oh no.
I'm impervious to to being embarrassed about such a small scale. Like I will make even more mistakes than that. Don't you worry. And also, I find that being embarrassed in those kind of situations actually makes me it makes that person sort of in my head way more than they were before. So every time I mess up somebody's name, it actually makes you closer to me in my brain. Like, oh, now I'm committed to not doing that again. So take up headspace in my brain.
You're living rent free now, Elizabeth.
Yes, forever.
I actually had to stop, and I was like, "Did I do that?"
Did I? We have 1 minute to go, and in the hour, and we are 126.11% funded, thanks to the efforts of people like Ducky and BB McShane and Bulksu Benedek and Jack Murphy III and Mark Smith and Vincent Chapeau Demalcy and Jexums. Thank you all so much.
Hearing thanks to people like Ducky just makes me very happy.
Yeah. Jason from on our Kickstarter page says, any chance of getting the digital stuff on Foundry? I don't R20 and would be happy to pay for the digital stuff on Foundry. Okay, that's the second comment on Facebook that is looking for stuff on Foundry. So I guess
I've definitely been hearing more about Foundry lately.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna have to look into that, and I
can create an FAQ on the page.
All right, it's the hour. 126.71% funded in 1 hour.
Woo!
woohoo!
Pretty darn good.
I have 127.31%.
Oh, okay. Yours updated before mine did then.
Yeah.
Awesome.
At 180 backers. But keep in mind that we only have 29 days to go. So the rush is on. Get that funding in. I will say this: if you haven't funded yet, if you haven't backed yet, the people who back at the $60 early bird level or any level above that, I should also mention that, will be getting a poster map of Azor, the city on which, or the continent on which Neo-Babylon sits, and Neo-Babylon is the city that serves as a sort of default setting for Subversion. So it's a huge map. It's sort of made in the style of Atlas maps, right? So it's got the sort of longitude and latitude lines. It looks like, a real grown-up map, and it's pretty cool. Got a lot of detail. So 26 by 34 map will look nice above your gaming table or wherever you happen to lay your head. Who doesn't want to sleep below a map of Azor? I know I do. And you can get that map for free by pledging at the $60 level or above in the first 3 days.
Yay!
Time is running out.
Almost at 130%.
Nice. Daryl says, I assume he's talking about Foundry is popular with a certain segment of the gaming community because it's open source and peer-to-peer, meaning you have all the files on your computer and host instead of connecting to a server. Yeah, I don't know. My gut is that yes, we will have stuff available because we're and if this matters to anybody, we are also going to be pursuing an open gaming license for Subversion, whether that's Creative Commons or whether that's the orc license that some of the industry folks are working on. We're going to wait and see what that looks like, but definitely putting up our rules and even a lot of our setting stuff for people to use. We don't want your money for the stuff that you make, if that makes any sense, right? So we want your money for our stuff, the stuff that we make, but we also want you to create stuff using our system, create your own sort of stories in our world, and we want to back that as much as possible. So we'll be pushing out an open gaming license one way or another, and I definitely want to be supporting virtual tabletops and things like that as much as possible. So I'm not super worried about people stealing or downloading things. Like, I want them to do that. So let's see. Andreas says, will there be custom Neo-Babylon Google Map? I don't know. Will there be a custom Neo-Babylon Google Maps map? I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to make that. Long time ago, 10 years ago, I made a custom Google map of Chicago for Shadowrun.
I still use
fun.
that.
Do you really?
Yeah. It's how I realized that so where I used to live in Chicago, I was in a suburb of Chicago, but the containment zone wall was one freeway exit before mine. So I was right up on the edge of the CZ.
Nice. Yeah, somebody has a really good, there's a couple different really good ones for Seattle for Shadowrun because naturally.
The China Green Elvis one is the one that I use the most, I think.
And there's one that was so detailed that I was like, oh, hey, I'm in Touristville.
The guy who made that map is actually a childhood friend of mine.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a child. We went to high school together.
Oh, that's cool.
That's pretty neat. We are almost 130% funded. Thank you so much to, just refreshed again. Peter Wallace and Mark Buenaluz and Sean Fry, Dragon Knight Publishing. Thank you. It's always kind of like a feel-good moment when somebody else, like another publisher, supports you. So thank you so much. Mark Kobayashi, Raphael, Douglas Jessup. Thank you guys so much. And on Kickstarter, and Alejandro Duarte asks, is there any chance of getting a quick start? I should say this. No chance of getting a quick start. But we will be releasing the full rules as we have them in our first update, which I should probably actually make an update right now saying that we funded. So let me dissociate from the chat real quick, and I will do that. So you will just see me staring blankly in one direction.
So that was a no, but full rules will be released in first backer update?
Yeah.
I'm responding.
Can I just say, I am so glad that I normally do like a 25%, 50%, 75%, and then a fully funded update beforehand, and I'm so glad I didn't this time because we would have not been able to keep up.
Oh, we could have done it at, 18 minutes in, and then...
Yeah. Except I was still busy posting to Facebook at that time. So there's like a dozen groups that I posted in for this.
Amazing. Let's check the
I didn't realize
server.
how many Discord servers I have in common with you, Ava, until I saw all of them pop up.
Awesome. We are $4 away from 130% funded. I need to do my backer pledge. You know what? I'm gonna make my husband
13,000.
Hey! I'm gonna.
What did we say hey about?
We're at 13,000.
We just reached 13,000.
Woo!
Thank you guys so much. I am going to message my husband to go back the.
I should say, like, I didn't mean to be sort of like snarky about the quick start. We're not doing a quick start because we're releasing the full rules, and releasing a quick start would just mean we would be just diverting efforts that ultimately, like, we don't really want a quick start, right? Like, I mean, down the road we might have some sort of like free RPG day thing, or something that we can send out. I don't know. Like, I guess the team just felt like our efforts are better served. Like if we have a sort of only small amount of time and effort and capabilities, we felt it would be better to just make the core game better, right? And to focus all of our attention on making that better than to take a bunch of people power and try to make a quick start. So yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to be snarky about it, but we just figured better to make the main game better and put our effort there than to make a quick start.
Ava, point. You are getting a thumbs up from Germany for your N7 shirt.
Oh yeah,
nice.
Right? You should see the tattoos on my head.
You could show the tattoos on your head if you'd like to.
That's true.
I think so
30,
too.
32 minutes.
32 minutes, 34 seconds. Josh Topia says, I have a feeling a lot of us could easily play the 6 Degrees game a la Kevin Bacon with almost anyone in the gaming community amongst each other. I agree.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Will misspent youth PDFs be added to options for the Kickstarter tiers or add-ons?
I don't know. Like you can just grab them right now off of drive-thru or off our website. I'm not sure. There's a preference among some of the devs to sort of keep the Kickstarter very streamlined and sort of I don't know, like low options, right? Like very easy to use and straightforward. I don't know. If you want to help me, I can't see the benefit of doing that.
I see it for the backer kit, like once you're in the pledge manager, because keep the Kickstarter simple to get people in, and then be like, if you're interested in other FUG stuff, here's some other things we have on offer where they like someone new might not have seen it otherwise.
Sure.
So I can see the value there.
Yes, you don't have to wait for the Kickstarter campaign or backer kits or anything to get the misspent youth PDFs.
Yeah, you can grab them now if you want. Anyway, well, I mean, I guess, right? If on backer kit, if you just want to like have another thing you can click, there's just gonna be so much, right? Like if we put all the minis up there, there's gonna be a lot. I'm not opposed to it. I just, I'm not opposed to it.
Plus,
but if you really want it, you can go buy it now.
Yeah, another thing you could go buy now is a Fraggy the Unicorn t-shirt.
Yeah. Those are really comfortable and really fun.
I really
You could
love
also,
this shirt.
Buy Gangs of the Undercity or a bunch of our minis or whatever. Well, we've got a bunch of stuff already out there. So you can go to our website, fraggyunicorns.com/shop store. One of those two things.
You should know this.
Go to the website and then click shop or store, whatever the button is. And you can see all the stuff we have on offer. But in the meantime, thank you to Kevin Sides and to Christopher Kisak. Good to see you again. And then Ron Beck.
Shop.
Thank you guys. What?
It's shop.
It's shop. Okay. I was like, no, I can read. It says Kisak. 130% funded. Super, super cool.
So we are 10 minutes after. So perhaps we should start transitioning to community building.
Okay.
I think
we will do that as soon as I'm done making this.
Okay.
Unless Cliff wants it. Cliff, do you have to go right now?
I have to leave in a few minutes, but I think I'll just duck out now to make it easier for the rearranging of the screens. So
sure.
I'll be back in.
Well, I will.
Probably about an hour or so, I think.
Cool.
Okay. So give me a minute. You guys keep talking. I'm gonna finish this update, and then I will get the community sheet up, and Can share my screen, Master of Rim, so that you can have that. Or I can maybe I can send you the link, and you can share it.
What am I sharing? Sorry.
Or something. If you're streaming already, okay, let me gather my thoughts because I'm doing that thing again where I'm trying to do 14 things at once. I'm going to send you a copy of the community sheet.
Okay.
And
then I can share it.
Yeah. And it's fillable, so
I was just going to ask
you-
that. So I will
yeah.
just make this larger and bring it down here. I'm doing overlay stuff here.
yeah, you're reading my mind. That's what I wanted. That's the elegant way to say what I was trying to say.
I got you.
Yep. Okay, keep going. I'm gonna head back to make the first update about fully funding, and then drop the rules document there.
Doing the thing, making overlays happen. It's great. Boop. Just gonna push this live now so that everyone can see the... Oh, it's just the Kickstarter page for now, but I will fix that when I can. Whee! Thank you all for joining us. I am not watching the chat right now, so apologies for...
UGE says just post quick start rules on the cover of the core rules and post it as a quick start too.
Alright, there it is. So I should be able to share this now. Let's see. Nope. I have too many windows open and can't find it, so that's cool.
Let's see. Anything cool happening? Quick start rules. Yeah, the other thing with quick start rules is like, I don't want to be straight up honest with you. I don't know that Subversion is really a quick game, right? Like there's like that the movement of slow cooking, right? We're not Subversion isn't fast food, right? It's slow cooking. So you're going to get the most out of it by playing it, in campaigns and over more than one game. So yeah, I think there's too much going on to do a quick start, even if we wanted to. Glad y'all had Facebook ads because I would have missed today otherwise. Doom scrolled my way to the Kickstarter. Love it.
So many times I've done that. Facebook knows me too well. That's why I'm a super backer now. I spent that much money on Kickstarters.
Yeah, I pay Ava to be my crowdfunding director, and she recycles it right back into Kickstarters.
Yeah, gotta help the community. I'm supporting other Kickstarter campaigns.
You sure are.
I don't even know how much I've got coming towards me at some point this year.
I'm in that boat too.
Yeah, Elizabeth is like in the top first 10 backers of everything we launch, and I love her for it.
I have to support all my friends.
I love you for it. All right, almost got this here together. Shrinky shrink. Wee. Ava's dancing.
I gotta have something. My brain does not like sitting still. So I've got music playing in the background, and I'm making origami stars.
My favorite instance of that was when we were playing Nocturne by Night with Mobius, and we were playing a zombie dancing, or we were fighting a zombie dancing guy. And so Ava zoned out and was just dancing and wouldn't respond to us. So we're like, Ava? Did he get you? Like, are you okay?
I was at my mom's house, and my niece was watching Sing, or Sing 2, one of the two. And I don't know, the music in those are just... It's some great music.
Never seen those.
Now let's just look at this this community sheet. Like, it's pretty. Look at those colors. It's gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. I like an RPG with a pretty character sheet. Good Lord. There we go. All right. Whenever you are ready, Opti, I have it up. We are at almost 135% funded and 196 backers, 4 away from 200 backers. That's amazing. I have so many windows open, it's stupid.
Right? Doing this on my own would have been for the birds, so I'm super glad to have you guys around. Thank you.
Let's see here. All right, I'm catching back up on the chat now. Facebook ads, lol. Just post quick start rules on the cover of the core rules and post it as a quick start too. I like it. Quick question mark start rules. Discord is wondering the Babylonian numerics for 3234. I love it. Let's see. I like UGE said, quick! Exclamation point. Start rules! Exclamation point.
We can do start rules.
How much will transhumanist themes and augmentation factor into the game? Like, what kind of granularity will we have for augmentation?
So those are two different questions. The granularity for augmentation will be pretty... I'll say this. You'll have a lot of options, right? So one of the things that we'll talk about when we get to character creation is the idea of paradigms. And paradigms are like clusters of abilities that are brought together, right? So that you can sort of become that thing or embody that thing that the paradigm is. So there's a paradigm for being an artist. There's a paradigm for being a criminal. There's a paradigm for a particular magic colleges, et cetera, et cetera. The cyberware paradigm is huge. Like, it's got so many different options. So you can actually you can totally be as transhuman as you want to. But that doesn't necessarily affect, like, it's not like other Cyberpunk games where the more cyberware you have, the less human you are, or the less essence you have. Like, there's no penalty for augmenting yourself up. So in that sense, we're actually totally transhuman, because we think that, there's just no reason not to be if that's what you want to be. So yeah, you could totally, in granularity, like, I want to make sure it's not complicated, right? Like, you don't have to do complicated math you just take options, right? Hey, I've paid for this and now I have a cyber nose. I have 4 ears now, or whatever. Like, if you pay for it, you have it. So it's granular in that you can make your character however you want to, as long as you pay for it, but not granular in the sense that you have to do sort of minute math, if that makes sense. So depending on what granular you're talking about, it's either yes or no. I hope that answers your question. 136% funded. Thank you to Dustin Ogden, to Jet, to Alberto, Matthew Jorgensen, Owen Thompson, Tom Dowd. Holy shit. Can I just take a minute and just say, holy shit, Tom Dowd, supported by Kickstarter. Tom Dowd is one of the OG creators of Shadowrun. So here I am with Tom Dowd shit on my shelf that I'm looking at right now, and also seeing Tom Dowd.
I didn't know
that's
he was one of the originals.
Yeah. So holy shit, that's a big fragging deal. Tom, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Stephen Esdale, Christian Balance, Eric C. Campbell, Jonathan, Stephen Prell, Martin Wagner. Thank you guys so much. So much. Yeah, that's incredible. That made my whole day.
Aw,
130% funded.
30%.
130% funded.
I
All
like
right,
how your brain works.
No, you don't. If you had to live here.
If you had to live here.
All right, so the first update is out. Let me see if I can edit that to make that a link that you can click. Don't know that it'll let me do that. Maybe you will. Yeah, there we go. All right, so now it's a link. All right, so the first update is up, and it's got the link to the rules document. There are links to the character sheet and the community sheet in the story, right under the rules section in the on the Kickstarter page. So if you want to get going and make your own, you absolutely can.
Neat. But let's do it together right here.
Yeah, let's. I'm going to pull up my rules document. You are not getting Opti at his best right now. One of the things that I struggle the most with is trying to be present in the moment, because I've always got a million different things going on in the old brain. So I've been trying, one of my intentionalities is to try to be present in the moment, and I'll just say that you are not getting me present in the moment today.
to be fair for Opti, like, launching a Kickstarter is so hard. And like the day of launch, like I remember for Chicago Shadows, it's your baby. And so like I had everything planned. I had like releases I was going to do. I had posts on social media. And as soon as I hit the launch button, I was like catatonic and could only click refresh on the Kickstarter for like days. It's so stressful. Hey, 200 backers. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Jexum's in the chat says, oh, nice moving away from the concept of augmentation costing you your humanity. Yeah, that's actually... so, if I don't want to wax too philosophical, but there are certain things about Cyberpunk that I like, and certain things that I don't like. It might be that over the course of the game's life, we actually stop calling ourselves Cyberpunk, and sort of maybe create something different, because Cyberpunk is definitely a particular thing, both aesthetically and philosophically. And it could be that we are moving away from that. If Cyberpunk is essentially that, becoming transhuman makes you less human. If that's an unescapable theme of Cyberpunk, maybe we're not Cyberpunk, right? So there might be some other things that we want to move away from, especially like the grinding hopelessness of Cyberpunk. Like that's definitely not present in our game. So but neither is, are we going for only the aesthetic of Cyberpunk? There's a punk element to it. There's a fighting back element to it. There's a sort of community versus individualistic discussion that Cyberpunk wants to have. There's a power dynamics and money and capitalism critique that Cyberpunk wants to have. So all of those things are things that we also want to do, but we also want to inject a little bit of hope and the concept of direct action and mutual aid, which are almost completely absent from every Cyberpunk thing that I've read so far. We want to push those things. So yeah,
Ava
we dropped somebody, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, she's back.
Let's see. Daryl says, oh, if you've ever thought about Vampire the Masquerade played like Shadowrun, it's because Tom Dowd worked on the system to adapt Shadowrun's D6 pool to a D10 pool. Oh, I didn't know that. That's pretty neat.
Neato. Aw. Tom Dowd is so active on Shadowrunners Union, and so I did not know who I was watching and talking to.
They're in the Shadowrunners Union. Clearly, they can't be that important.
They were just active.
I can only hope that 30 years from now, I'll be like, I'm gonna head back to the Subversion Union and see what see what the kids are doing. That's not Tom. That's me in 30 years. But.
Do you have a specific age that you want to be when you start talking like that, Opti? Because I will hold you to that.
Yeah, so 75.
Okay.
I'll be like, oh, let's head back to the old internet. The old one, not the one with the goggles and things. Yeah. Yeah.
It's called The Matrix now,
right.
Grandpa.
In my day, we only had 2 dimensions. All right. We're going to go to creating community. I'm going to... Can I share my screen too? Or do you want to switch over to the community?
We can switch to you screen sharing if you want to, and then I can mess with...
You know what? Let's not do that. I'm not gonna have everybody read out of this book along with me. So if you just want to put up the community sheet,
it is.
I don't see it. Do you? Is it up on the YouTube?
On the YouTubes, yeah.
I'm not seeing it.
I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, okay. I'm not seeing it because I was watching the channel from 20 minutes ago for some reason. I was like, no, I'm watching it. I'm seeing you.
I was like, I can't help you see it.
I can't. Anyway. Okay, so for the first thing that we're going to do is in creating a community, and I should back up and say that the very, very first thing that you do, even before you would do this, is normally you would have a session 0 and talk about all the stuff that is okay and the stuff that's not okay, the things that you want out of the game, the things that you don't want, and sort of talk about what kind of game that you and your players want to play. So that's assuming the character creation is assuming that you've done that, and then you would sit down to create your community. The first thing that we would do before you even create characters, before anything else, you would choose your community type. The type of community is the sort of broad definition to how much influence you have, how much power your community has, how they relate to each other. Lots of communities are defined by location, but others have connections of ideology and that kind of stuff. So at this point, we're going to brainstorm the thematic concept of our community. Some examples are, we could be a neighborhood, we could be a town, right? Maybe like outside of Neo-Babylon, like, maybe some sort of suburb or something, a corporate style community, and like maybe we're like a group of corporate drones, right, who are thinking about sort of like subtle ways to push back on their corporate masters. We could all be from like the same Neo-Babylonian temple. Like, I don't know, maybe we're a bunch of like orphans who have all been adopted by the temple or something like that. Or maybe we're a bunch of priests who want to push back on Neo-Babylonian religious polity. Or we could be a group of nomads or whatever, right? So it's pretty broad. We can choose whatever we want. So what kind of themes are you thinking of as far as a community type? And I'm actually not going to like let this part go on super long. If we only have a certain amount of time, I'm going to sort of let the countdown tick for about 30 seconds, and then we'll move on.
Well, let's get some feedback from the chat too. What do you guys?
Oh, that makes sense.
We'll build this together with the chat.
That makes things easier.
We'll build our community with the community.
It's like what this is all about. It's Shuru Park Shore, and you're all ripped.
It's like a reality TV show. So forgive me, but I don't think that reality TV would make a good community. I think it's actually set up to fail in many ways, and that's not what we're trying to do here.
We all pay for each other to get hair extensions, and
I don't think we have hair extensions or ripped pecs in the...
Don't let Justin give ideas from Palmer. Please, God, chat, give us something else.
The default for Subversion is to be a neighborhood. So if we don't get a whole lot, then we can just sort of move on from there.
Can we mute Justin?
Oh shoot! Oh, okay. So that's funny. I didn't catch it the first time. Shurupak is actually a town that is outside of Neo Babylon, and Justin had been asking. This is actually kind of funny. Justin had been asking as he is making his adventure. Is there like a New Jersey? You know, if Neo Babylon is sort of like New York, is there like a New Jersey? And I had mentioned like yeah, Shurupak. It's like sort of outside Neo Babylon. It sits sort of close, and so now he's saying Shuru Park, and so like I didn't catch it, but like he's making a sort of Jersey Shore, yeah, Shuru. Yeah, anyway, it's clever. You're very. I'm validating you, Justin. Yeah.
No.
Recently unvaulted Doomsday Preppers.
Ooh.
That could be
So
fun.
like what's that game that all the kids love?
Fallout.
Fallout, yeah.
Oh, I went ttrpg and my brain was like, oh, Apocalypse World, because that's the type of character I played the one time I played that game.
Andrew Burke says a network of escaped hereditary debt slaves working in the Undercity. We can work at that.
Ooh.
Undercity is like sort of hard mode in Subversion, but you have less resources. We could do that though. In fact, yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so our type is what?
We are going to be
Rebels.
You don't have to necessarily pick one of those. But maybe refugees. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So hereditary debt slavery is a thing, right? Where like there's not like a sort of like, you know, you're this, therefore you're a slave. But if your family ends up owing money, or if you end up owing money and you can't pay for it, the debt is passed to your children, which means that they, you know, and people can buy that debt, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, the Neverkin are essentially people who have freed themselves from hereditary debt. So yeah, let's make a hereditary debt refugee group in the Undercity, which is basically like the Neverkin. So we could be refugee, or it could even be a gang. But let's put refugees for now.
Okay.
Are you writing that down? Okay, good. All right. Next up is choose influence and cast. The default for a new community is 4 influence and lower middle cast, but we just said that we were going to be in the Undercity. So instead, our cast is going to be Undercity. And I think for our influence, it's going to be pretty low. So let's do a 3 influence. And cast
141%.
Nice.
Over 200 backers.
Cast influences thing. It's a more or less role-playing distinction. But the goods and services that you are assumed to have beyond what's in your gear, how much it costs to maintain your lifestyle, how easy it is to take on debt, or you know what access you have to things, that's all influenced by your cast. So we'll be Undercity, which means that you have no rights or protection under the law. The food that you have is you have to grow yourself or scavenge, or what's given to you by your gang. Your clothing is homemade, stolen, or bought one piece at a time from a trader or a sea-link. There's no limits on your transportation in the Undercity, but the roads are a mess, and vehicles larger than motorcycles are rarely seen in the Undercity because the roads are so bad. Creatures in the Undercity are often feral and hostile. You live in an abandoned building, a hovel, dilapidated apartment, or whatever you can take from someone else. There's no utilities other than those your gang provides you or you have jury-rigged. Utilities fail often. There's no active law in the Undercity, and the best you can do is apply for lower caste status with a sponsor from the uppers, and maybe one day you'll be able to move up there and become lower caste, but it is unlikely. As a function of being Undercity and all the things that come along with that, you actually get 10 bonus fortune when we start to make our characters.
Ooh.
All right.
Do I note that somewhere?
We'll remember it. Yeah, it'll come up again. Don't worry about it.
And by we, I think we mean Opti.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Choose primary skill and archetype. So what this is basically what your community does really well, and what sort of archetype they are. So let me see here. Like a fishing community might have a primary skill of piloting, right? Because they have to take their fishing boats out. And the archetype of being a transporter, or a university might have the primary skill of humanities, and an archetype of information. Let me see where the archetypes are listed. Under relations. So what would our community be really good at?
Scavenging?
Yes. Give me 1 second. I'm looking up archetypes, relation archetypes. The relation archetypes are care. Basically, like you exist to provide mental or medical care for others. Clout, which is you have a sort of responsibility or official responsibility over daily life, like law enforcement or government, etc. Connection, community can put you in contact with people. Dealer, employer, information, melting pot. Service, you provide a useful skill or trade. Swag, transport, or teacher. I feel like melting pot fits.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I was thinking.
Come from a bunch of different areas, but sort of brought together by running away from hereditary debt.
Where does that go?
Let's see. That goes. I don't know. Under notes, is there not a place for it? I have to fix that on the character sheet.
What's it called?
It's called melting pot.
Okay,
and melting pot actually doesn't have any primary skill, but they have all skills available to them. This will come up later, but they roll 2 fewer dice than normal when making a test. So that's kind of fun. It kind of feels appropriate too. Like we're all a bunch of like refugees in the Undercity, so there's not much that binds us together. We don't specialize in any particular thing. All right, now that that's over, we choose our resources and community relations. Every community has things or places or people that lend it the ability to do unique things, and these are represented in the skills of the community, the building and the architecture, the natural resources, the beauty, and they are captured in the community paradigm. So we're going to go there real quick. And this represents the relations in the community and other resources that are common to the community. Sarah, you might want to make a note somewhere that we begin with 40 fortune that we can spend on resources and community relations. So again,
and don't
paradigms.
We get a bonus 10 because of our cast too.
Yep. And so paradigms are clusters of abilities and things that you can choose from, almost like if you were in D&D, right, when you level up, like you have a number of abilities that you might be able to choose from. In Subversion, those abilities are always there, right? You can always choose from the abilities in whatever paradigm you want to try your hand in. So chat, you can give us ideas as I read through the community paradigm, what sort of things might stick out at you. So for community relations, that's like people in the community that can help you do certain things. We have an artist. We have a baru, which is a priest, right? Maybe there's a home congregation or something like that in the community. There's a doctor. Clearly doctors can help fix you up. There's an employer. Maybe somebody who helps, who runs in the Undercity. Employers exist, but they're probably not your friends. So unless somebody who makes something like homemade or whatever. There's makers.
As Ava's employer, I argue this.
Well, you're not in the Undercity either. You can have a maker, right? Somebody who is talented in building things or getting things to work. Scientists, someone in your community who's an expert in the field of science. maybe crop scientist or geologist, et cetera, et cetera. A teacher, somebody who can teach new skills and whatnot, or artists. These can be like pillars of the community, patrons, assistants, all that kind of stuff. But the major paradigm options are artist, baru, priest, doctor, employer, maker, scientist, teacher, and artist.
Is that for
Those are the
character creation or for?
No, those are the people in your community that
Gotcha.
you will know.
The notable NPCs.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Maximilian Rockefeller in the chat suggesting definitely need a priest and a doctor, hope and health.
And then also you can choose resources, right? That is a land trust, like basically communal housing, and that will sort of decrease lifestyle costs for your community. Performance space, place for you to take in the arts or perform arts if that's something that you do. An Elu Ishirtu, which is like a sacred shrine, place of pilgrimage where the gods are said to have moved more often and more clearly. Certain equipment that you can have access to, like an armory or a motor pool or special communications equipment. Spectacle and wonder, right? Like some things that are just so beautiful and awe-inspiring that it brings life and happiness and joy to your community. A den of iniquity, which is a place where you can indulge your impulses. Impulses will come up later.
Iniquity. How do you spell that?
INIQUITY.
I was like, it's not inequity.
Den of inequity.
I typed that. I was like, that's wrong.
And the last one is a community garden. So all of those things from the relations and the resources we can choose, and they're all basically 10 fortune. So
real quick,
we'll get 5 of them.
You said priest for the notable people. Priest, artist. Who else is an option?
Let's see: artist, priest, doctor, employer, maker, scientist, teacher. Oh, artist is on there twice. Interesting.
Oh yeah.
Make a note.
So, I just wrote down all of our options so that chat can see it and help us make choices.
All right. Cool.
So, I like the, priest and a doctor suggestion from Maximilian. So I have an idea, and I guess, this will be for everybody, but my thought, looking at these, I downloaded the newest rules book, so I'm looking at it myself. So my idea, the Baru, Doctor, and Maker, and then a land trust for housing and community garden for food.
Yeah, I'd say definitely a community garden.
It's like we have a space that's ours. We have food. And definitely need a doctor.
What do you guys think, chat? Priest, doctor, and something else?
Maker.
Maker?
Yeah, because you got that guy that can make anything out of anything.
And community garden.
I know a guy.
All he needs is bubblegum, rubber bands, and 10 minutes.
Maximilian says definitely a garden. Even if every day is beat day.
As an advocate for community gardens, I will say that that's one of the most subversive things that you can possibly do in a capitalist culture. So definitely on point and on theme there to have a community garden.
Someone else voted for a maker as well. So I think we're good. I think people agree.
And that's 50 fortune.
Yep, there you go.
So
and we are almost up to 15,000.
Sorry.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So you can have as many of those as you want to start as long as you can afford it, correct? Mm-hmm. Is that what I'm understanding? Okay. Just wanted to make sure I understood that right.
And then afterwards, here's a fun thing, right? Like when you go through the game and you collect fortune, you don't have to spend it on yourself. You can actually spend your fortune, or you can sort of pool with other players and use your fortune to buy even more upgrades for your community.
Very cool.
So not just something like if you want to, do it later, it's like, hey, what would be really awesome? Like a bunch of us have art in our background and we want to use that and help build a community. We can create a performance space. So what I need to do that? Oh, well, it costs 10 fortune. There you go. Very straightforward.
Cool. We've spent our 50 fortune.
All right. So headed back to... Next up is choose impulses. So each community represents a collection of biases that can motivate them to react in a certain way, right? Now, communities aren't perfect. Anybody who's been part of a community knows this. So a community begins with 2 impulses that are chosen that should sort of pair well with their background. Community impulses can be triggered by the GM spending GM grit, typically in conjunction with one of the trigger conditions that occur over the course of the events. The response to the impulse is a sort of narrative guide that prompts the story to move forward, but also describes mechanically what happens when an impulse is triggered. So let's go to... I'll list these impulses, right? And we're going to choose 2 things that our community sort of struggles with. It might just be appropriate to choose one of them so that we can sort of cut down on time. But the first one, and each of these are like, there's 4 broad categories of impulses, and then you're going to have to make them more particular for your community. So the first one is indulgence. Your community is known for a particular pleasure that they turn to when they want catharsis, like a distraction, forget their troubles. Most of the time it stays at the level of like pleasantry, but sometimes it really gets in the way of actually dealing with important stuff. So sample indulgences are alcohol, drugs, gambling, clubbing, sex, festivities, anything that sort of like on a normal level is fine and even fun, but then like your community just takes it way too far too often. The next one is phobia. Something or situation triggers a mob fear in your community. They're often irrational, but that doesn't ever stop it from happening. So sample phobias are like progress, right? Your community is like Luddites. They get irritated about being left behind, or one way or the other. They don't like when things change, right? Or things that they don't understand. They're losing jobs, immigration status, either like they are immigrants and they don't understand what's happening in that.
Too real right now.
Or, right, I don't understand these French Canadians. I don't know. Certain people, right? Like you could actually have a bias against certain lineages, like humans or elves or orcs and whatever. In this one, it'd be kind of interesting. A lot of the hereditary debt, a lot of the folks who fled hereditary debt, like humans are a primary target for hereditary debt, right? So if they had like a fear of other peoples who weren't humans being oppressed by them, maybe that's not a great one. Yeah, let's not go that way. Anyway, that's a fear, basically a phobia that sort of motivates them in a mob direction sometimes. Impetuous is another one. Through overconfidence or poor impulse control or a love of thrill or uncertainty, your community tends to not think through the consequences of their actions.
I love that one.
I was going to say, my mind with what we're doing went straight to indulgence and impetuous.
Yeah, so like, when leaders propose ill-advised ideas, the community often makes split-second decisions without thinking through things. They can get frustrated about things not getting done long term, or reflecting on like, man, we shouldn't have done that, right? Like that's the sort of tagline for the community.
UGE says The Sims Subversion. I love this.
Terrified of debt collectors. Yeah, absolutely. Pride is the final impulse category. Your community has an exceedingly high opinion of its own importance, resulting in or from a dangerous overconfidence or arrogance. It is common for them to feel like they have the right to demand humility or servile behavior from others. I'm not sure that one super fits our
Why
community.
you gotta make all these options that mirror real life, Opti?
Because this is like not just a game, but a training manual.
Yeah, I think indulgence and impetuous sounds right for the community that we're building.
All right, so what indulgence? Do we want it to be like some particular like substance, alcohol or drugs? Do you want it to be a particular behavior?
My brain just goes alcohol or drugs, just because we can do that in our own space and just get blasted out of our minds and not have to think about anything.
Mine just went to escapism.
But that's the whole thing with it. That's what indulgence is.
They play RPGs.
They play RPGs. And they
but I'm thinking something
every time there's a new Kickstarter, they have to back it.
Why you gotta call me out like that, Sarah?
I was calling Ava out, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think we all need mirrors in front of us at this point.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Chat, do you want to
personally?
Do you want to weigh in, chat? Some common drugs, just to give you a little bit of a option, is there's a drug called Flow. That's maybe the most common drug. Well, it's common among the upper class. That induces a hyper-focused state, allowing you to hyper-focus on something and eliminate distractions. There's a drug called God Tears, which was originally part of the practice for Northern Yetin, but it comes from a mushroom that's dissolved in seawater, and that makes you able to see into this sort of magic realm called the Shine. Gives you shine sight. King Mud, it's like a brown injected liquid that's also a sort of combat stimulant. Nonchalance is originally developed for treatment for PTSD. It removes the emotional valence of recent memories while keeping the factual component intact. Remembrance, it developed as a memory-enhancing drug, but now is used basically by people to remember certain memories that you experience basically as if they were happening again in real time. And Sacred Blue, which is derived from the blue lotus plant and traditionally distilled into tea. It triggers a dissociative high, frequently described as a sense of serene calm, enlightenment, being one with the universe.
I kind of like the last two.
Or just alcohol, you know.
I feel like alcohol might fit better for this community, just because that's something that you can simply enough make yourself.
And Andrew Burke both say nonchalance.
All right, I think we're having a I agree with you, Ava. Like the alcohol is a sort of like whatever. You could probably brew it in the Undercity too. Like, here, I've got some. I've got some mushroom juice. Let's make some hooch.
Conceivably made while they were.
We've got two other recommendations as well.
Or
Phobia
from the beets from the garden.
Phobia anti-authoritarian. And
I'm not big on phobia.
Pride, they've made their new homes a successful community and want others to acknowledge what they've done.
Ooh, that's a neat one too.
I like that.
Yeah, that's a thought I had as well for Pride.
But we can't do them all. So I think we've gotten two for nonchalance.
Yeah, let's go nonchalance, and
we also have
now they both changed their mind.
Motherfraggers.
I think we've convinced them. We've made a good point.
The alcohol is a good point.
We have alcohol that's awful, right? It's awful.
Oh, it's terrible.
Whatever they're making in the community garden, but like they're taking part of the community garden to make alcohol. Yeah,
but that's what the potatoes are for.
Yeah, they've got to be like Undercity mushroom alcohol, though. It's like,
like
the most disgusting garbage ever.
Mushroom alcohol.
Distilled axle grease would be more palatable.
Okay, so we've got one. What about the other? We got an indulgence of Undercity mushroom alcohol, and phobia, pride, or impetuous. The chat says. Pride was a good one.
Yeah, I do like that pride suggestion.
I do too.
Because we've made our place, we deserve it. Fuck off.
Okay.
I feel like the phobia of outsiders, though, stranger danger phobia, kind of feels like it fits a little bit too.
Yeah. So, and also, like some of these, like in positive senses, could come out in our values as well, which we'll do next, right? So, if we have a value of like, sort of being a little bit insular, or are afraid of outsiders, like that can actually also show up in the values. Impulses are the things that get your community in trouble, right? Like when they happen. So it doesn't need to.
Where do impulses go on the sheet here?
Is there not a place for them?
Mm-mm.
Keep scrolling. There's 2 pages, I think.
I only have one.
Oh, well, that's of interest.
If my page is updated correctly, we're less than $200 away from 15 grand.
Wow.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that's what Sarah shows as well on the YouTube video. And 222 backers.
Woo!
Love the
Hey!
symmetry.
We are $43 away from 15,000.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
Nice.
This is so exciting, guys. If we can go up in the next 3 minutes, then at 2 hours and 34 seconds, we will be at 150% funded.
That's amazing.
Nice.
Yeah, so I will have to check. There should be a place to write your impulses down, and it's possible that I either didn't get the second part of the sheet done.
It's like this is double checking all of our work here.
Yeah. Okay, well, just I guess
Deal with it. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. How interesting to learn about on stream. Okay, so yeah, I guess write those down and somewhere, maybe in, I don't know, find a place. Whatever. I'm not gonna get caught up on it. I'm just gonna make a note to fix it. The next thing that we're going to do is choose our values. The community's values are likely shared by most of the individuals in the community. They are generally accepted as right and normal. Acting in accordance with the community's values is easy if you're in the community, right? Acting in opposition to or challenging the community's values is difficult and leads to contention in the community. Attempting to change a community's values is a monumental task, almost certain to fail. Anytime a community acquires or discards a value is a major event. So unlike the PC's values, which will come later, the community values should be more general because they reflect values that are generally held by collective among members of the community. So you're going to choose, the PCs together are going to choose 2 values, and then the GM chooses 1 value. Values are things like
150%.
Religious. Nice.
What?
Excellent. That's so happening. Religious devotion, you will participate faithfully and observe religious practices, right? If that's what your community wants about. Justice is our own. Like, we'll never help the law, right? We'll never sort of lean on the cops to do justice for our community. We'll take care of it ourselves. Everybody eats. We'll make sure everybody has food. Economic freedom. We'll make sure our community comes first fiscally. Keep it nice. No property damage in the community. Take care of ourselves. Lay low. Do the most good. Don't invite trouble. Frag 'em. We won't voluntarily serve, aid, or help authority in any capacity. Food is life. We'll always find some food for those who need it. Vengeful pride. We won't be passive when we're challenged or confronted. We won't accept criticism from outsiders. Or anything that you want to make up, like whatever values seems right to your community. Chat, I would love to hear what you think the values of this community would be.
And while you're thinking, chat, I have a question for Opti that came up on the last update. Where should I send feedback on the version 0.49 rules document?
The best place would be in our Discord. There's a place in our Discord. Let me see if I can. It's called Beta Rules Feedback. in our Discord. The Subversion RPG is the channel, or the group, and the beta rules field feedback is the best place. I don't know the best way to link that. Okay. If you link from that place, like does it take you directly to?
It's temporary. I'm just telling them where to go, but giving the Discord, your general Discord.
Okay. And on that note, right? The first update just went out, and it has the link for the rules document in it. This is the most up-to-date rules document we have. If you find anything in that rules document that you don't love, that could be better, that's a mistake, or any sort of feedback that you have, praise is wonderful. We love praise, but before the game comes out, we would very much rather have criticism, because criticism is going to help us make the game better. So please drop any feedback that you have, good or bad, in the beta rules feedback section of the Subversion RPG section of our Bug Discord. Yeah.
UGE says, I had an impulse to back the Subversion Kickstarter. Poor impulse control. It's just excellent indulgence. That's all.
But also you get to become part of a community, so that's a good trade-off.
There's a lot of suggestions in the chat. A lot of everybody eats or food is life. I like everybody eats because we feed our own first and fuck everybody else.
Yeah, quit swearing in YouTube chat. You're making me work harder on moderating.
YouTube doesn't care.
It stops me and it says, do you want to allow
Cheyenne
to continue swearing in your chat? And I have to go, yes, it's just Ava.
And I really like Vengeful Pride. It goes with, our pride.
Respect the beats.
Or get the beats. Or get the beats.
I have a value called dropping beats, which is like everybody eats beats all the time.
Listen, Josh. I don't know you, but we are not quickly becoming friends with talk like that.
Oh my god, UGE. we will beat you.
Hypersense tech to be addicted to. We don't have any sort of like BTL adjacent technology yet, but the idea of subversion, the setting, this is in response to the Great Murka's question. In the setting, this sort of technology is just emerging, right? So I would assume that as we go through the next year or two adventures, stuff like that will be coming up. It just hasn't quite reached the level yet of being addictive. But yeah, I would assume that over the next couple adventures that might come up. All right, everybody eats. Is that one that we're seeing from chat?
Yeah, I think that's a really good one. I think it fits the kind of community we're building.
Okay. Are there others? You guys get two, and I
like Vengeful Pride or Fragum. I've seen both of those suggested as well.
All right, so Fragum is not voluntarily serving, aiding, or helping authorities in official capacities, and Vengeful Pride is we will not be passive when challenged or confronted. We won't accept criticism from outsiders. That one goes along pretty closely with the Pride impulse from before.
Fragum, and what's the other one?
I like it.
Vengeful Pride. So we can choose one of those.
Oh, just one?
Yeah.
The first one is everybody eats, if you haven't written
So Vengeful Pride actually takes your impulse and makes it into a commitment. Right? It's not like we lose control when somebody talks crap about us. It's like, nope, we choose to lose control when somebody talks crap about us. Like it's a point of pride, right? Like we fight. Try Jesus, don't try us. We throw hands.
Andrew Burke says beat ELs, and I'm real upset.
Oh, maybe our first adventure would be called Beat on the Brat.
All right, I'm gonna cancel my pledge. I'm done with this.
Beat on the
Kickstarter.
block.
Lex says 3234 is the code for beat.
we beat debtors. Anyway, that's good. All right, so Vengeful Pride. I'm hearing that's what you guys are choosing.
Yeah,
I like
think
that one, yeah.
And I'm going to choose one. And that is... what am I going to choose?
We chose Everybody Eats and Vengeful Pride?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, my ADHD is in high effect right now.
I feel that.
I'm going to choose a value that says... I'm going to call it the root of all evil. And that is your community doesn't use money. Your community doesn't use the silver standard shekel, right? Like money got them into this business. So if you can't trade for it, right, it's not worth having.
It.
It's
I like that.
Root of all evil?
Yeah. I just made that up.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Oh, but it's also a beat. It's a
root.
beat pun.
Yes.
Yeah!
You chose it.
I did it, but it worked
where's
so
he going
well.
with this? You said root, and I'm like, oh, where's he going?
Usually, when this many puns happen, I leave the call, but instead...
This is a very fun little exercise that we have here, being radical by getting to the root of things and beating our
Speaking
problems.
of roots, Vort wants to know if a gathering of our community is called a beat up.
I will take us back to the Be Back Soon screen.
Oh my god, I love this so much.
Why are we on the Be Back Soon screen?
Because everyone was punning too much, and I was...
You're protesting.
I almost...
Sarah's impulse has been triggered.
Vengeful Pride is... I am choosing to take us to the Be Back Soon screen.
Also, Sarah, in case you missed it, you have to see this one.
Oh no.
Okay. Let's see. What next? Okay, so we have our values. Next, we're going to choose... Sarah, what time are we supposed to take a break?
We can take a break. It's been an hour since we started character creation, so we could take a break now, but I had planned on doing community building for 2 hours.
Okay, we've got... we plan on doing community building for 2 hours? Okay, cool. Then we've got a little bit of time. We've only got 2 little small sections.
Yes,
to
Andrew. Beat back soon.
Let's finish out our factions and our goals, and then we can take a little bit of a break.
Andrew,
all right, the next thing
you're fired.
I'm loving these puns.
The next thing we're going to be doing is factions. No community is an island. Each community finds itself situated among others that surround and affect it. So each player, that's the 3 of you, and the GM will choose a faction that the community is affected by in some way. These factions can be groups within the community with their own goals and motivations apart from the larger community, or they can be completely separate groups that exist outside the community itself. A mix of both is good, but there should be at least 5 factions. So maybe Cliff can make a faction when they get back. And one of them is the community's authority. If you have less than 5 folks at your table, choose more factions however you want. Okay. Factions can be chosen from the list of factions, but if you go to the list of factions right now, there's just only, I think, 2, because that's one of the areas that we need to actually expand, and that we will be expanding over the next couple months. But you can make your own, as long as they include a primary skill and an archetype, following the normal rules. Each faction, besides the authority, should be within 1 influence of your community. So basically, like somebody who's a community or a faction that is like a little bit less influential than you, or just a little bit more. And then you begin at regard 0 towards the players and the community in that faction. you can boost your starting regard with one faction by losing regard with another faction.
Okay,
And
where's
then
the... Sorry, list of primary skills and archetypes. What page is that on?
Oh, let's see.
Because the links on this document don't all work.
Yeah, I noticed
Also,
that.
it links to the page that currently on.
Yeah, I noticed that. Relation archetypes are on page 119.
119. Okay.
So, what kind of factions are we going to be interacting with? Like, what other groups are there around us or within us? One of them, I think, has already been mentioned a couple times, is the Neverkin. That's an Undercity gang that themselves were ex-debt servants, right? So they release themselves, often through great violence.
160%.
Nice.
Woo.
It's amazing. So the Neverkin could be a faction if we want it to be. What kind of authority might we, be subject to? Maybe authority could be like the debtors, right? That we got free from. Maybe they're trying to get us back.
Yeah.
And of course, the Lawjacks are always present, but the Lawjacks in the Undercity actually aren't real Lawjacks. At least they're not. They don't uphold the law in the Undercity.
So I had another idea. What about a group of kind of like sort of like a black market thing, but more bartering, where we can trade for goods and maybe it's more active in like it's a group of people that go out and do the scavenging that allows us to barter.
Okay.
That's kind of the thought that I had too.
Yeah. Let's go with that one. What would you call that one? What would you call that group?
My brain is just coming up with the Outriders.
Okay.
I'm pulling that from something, but I couldn't tell you what.
Okay, we have a group called the Outriders that are a scavenging salvage group. The Salvagers is a gang in the Undercity. If you want to use them, you can. Or you can
Are they a gang of the Undercity?
Part of...
They are a gang of the Undercity, yes. They are made up of goblins and dwarfs and other small folk. And basically they drive around the Undercity and get crap together and fix it up and resell it. That's
I kind of feel like...
their whole shtick.
I feel like the Outriders is more like a faction of our community.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so they go out, and I think Outriders I was picturing because you mentioned motorcycles are basically all that fits on the streets in the Undercity. So they go out, it's like a horde of motorcycles, well, a very small horde. They go out, scavenge, and bring it back.
Okay, so that could be like another group. There's more than one.
Yeah, that's that. Well, that's the Outriders. That's what I was picturing for them.
That works. I should say, like, Aaron Dykstra in the chat, he is the one who created the Salvagers. When we did our last Kickstarter, we had a particular tier where you could create your own gang.
Oh, cool.
It was, Salvagers are pretty fun. The dwarf that you see that keeps popping up here and there in advertisements and things like that, that's one of the Salvagers characters.
Ooh, Palmer with the crime mall. I like that.
Crime mall.
Yes. I like it. That's the black market.
All right, so we've got the Outriders who like go out and grab like random stuff and always look for stuff, and then we have maybe a crime mall full of stuff that you can buy. How does a crime mall interact with our no money policy?
It could be more of like a barter system. So like,
we trade favors,
or like food or something.
So Ava's made the Outriders. Elizabeth, do you have one that you were thinking of? You said you were thinking kind of the same one.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking along those lines, is having people go out and scavenge things in the world to bring back to barter. I also kind of had the idea of having a group that maybe goes out to other communities and barters with other communities for things that they might have. Like maybe we grow, well, I'll just say beets because that's what everybody is talking about.
Dwight Schrute would be so happy.
We can take like beets and potatoes and stuff that we grow to another community that maybe can't grow that sort of thing and barter with for things that we can't get.
We need some fruit. We need fruit.
That sounds cool.
Sorely lacking in vitamin D.
What would you call that group?
I don't know. My brain is not working.
You're not the only one.
I don't know. The first thought that I had was like, I like the swap meet idea actually, where like a bunch of communities come together and kind of barter all together. And like it's just like a collective of different communities that come together and kind of trade items that they each have.
Okay.
Beatering.
Oh my god.
The tomates. Swap beat. I think swap beat is.
I think that's what we should name it.
This hurts.
So do we want to do that instead of the crime mall? Or we could do both?
I don't know. Well, let's do the swap beat, and then Sarah, you get to choose one. A faction.
Oh, jeez. So my ADHD brain went, I hate all this, so the haters, and then I was like, the hater skaters.
The haters skaters.
I don't know what they do.
I don't care. Write down the haters skaters, and we'll figure it out later. We'll figure it out. We'll figure the haters skaters later.
Jesus. It's gotta be a gang.
Yeah, the hater skaters. That's absolutely a rival gang of some kind.
And I'm just picturing them on like inline skates. I don't know why.
I was picturing roller skates.
What's the like really? There's a God. It's basically wrestling on roller skates.
Roller derby?
That's it.
But like in the Undercity, like they're like big roller skate wheels, right? Like they're like monster truck roller.
I imagine
wheels.
like the angsty teens on skateboards that are like, we're the hater skaters. It's our emo name.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And it's definitely H8R.
Haters.
And then SK8RS.
Of course it is.
Turn up the beat.
Oh my god.
That could be like the rallying cry.
Time to turn up the beat.
Can we go to break? Because I need to pee and
time to turn up the beat
and rethink my life choices.
Time to turn
the
up the
hater skaters, a group
wine.
of misspent youth hell-bent on vandalism.
Yeah, love it.
Love it. Angsty orc.
Okay, and
That's good,
I'm going to choose. I'm gonna call them the debt jacks. I don't know if that's appropriate or not, but these are sort of like IRS agents in armor, right? That like go out like searching for people who have like these huge debts, you know. So
that's the authority.
Yeah, the authority is going to be the debt jacks.
So we've got the Neverkin.
No, we've got the.
I don't think anybody
skaters.
chose the Neverkin.
The hater skaters, the debt jacks, outriders, and crime mall is what I have.
Swap beat.
Yeah.
I'm not typing that.
Then just swap meat. Then.
No, swap beat. It must be done. All right, and then finally, and then Cliff can choose one. When and if Cliff gets back. We're going to choose the goals for the community. These are what the community is striving towards, the shared hopes and dreams, maybe the collective desire to move away from an undesired fate. Like what is it that you're about? Community should pick 3 goals or so. Some examples are: we want to improve our standards of living or caste. We want to improve relationships with another faction. They could be long-term or short-term goals, by the way. Just something to sort of launch your envoys or your PCs, into what they want to be doing. We want to increase our power and influence. We want to build a specific resource or monument. We want to get out from under the thumb of a specific authority. We want to gain access to a particular necessity or amenity. We want to deal with a problem in our community, weaken a rival community, regain former glory. We want things to stay exactly as they are.
I have an idea.
Go ahead.
What if we go with, because of everything else we've done with them, we want to be entirely self-sustaining. So we don't want to have to rely on the swap beat or anything external.
Oh,
maybe
the
exception
mall?
of the Outriders.
Yeah, the swap beat.
The swap
The
beat,
crime
yeah.
mall.
So I want to be completely self-sustaining. Like, we're close. But we still need to trade for meat sometimes.
We want to beat all we can beat.
Yes!
Beat all that
We want
you
to
can
beat the very best!
Beat the very best.
Yes!
This is an unending source of humor. So get out from under the debt jacks. I think that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want that hanging over you. What else? You said not have to use the
Yeah, we want to be entirely self-sustaining.
Well,
We don't want to have to rely on others.
Okay, so self-sustaining. I like that.
Yeah.
Become self-sustaining. And one more. Again, short-term or long-term, doesn't really matter. What would you want if you were part of them? Maybe they want maybe to diversify their food, or maybe they want some equipment to up their hydroponics game, or to take the hater skaters down a peg.
Never.
I had an idea, but I think it kind of goes along with the freedom from the debt jack. So,
Well, what is it?
I was going to say, they want to try to free all of the hereditary slaves, so that they can, be free.
Yeah.
So like an ongoing goal of like whenever they meet somebody who has hereditary debt or is like struggling like they are, like that,
Okay.
they sort of spring into action or whatever, right?
Yeah, and then that's a way to grow their community too.
Yeah.
to bring them in.
Yeah.
Like Professor X. Maybe they have like a Cerebro that scans people for hereditary debt. To me, my beat men.
Yeah. Help those in need. We were Andrew says we were refugees and we want to help others in that situation.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Oh. And then finally, the final thing that we do.
Wait, what am I writing down for the third goal?
3 other hereditary. What is it? Hereditary
slaves.
debt slaves.
Seek and save other debtors. Or something like that.
Got it.
And the final thing that we do is we give this community a name.
Oh God.
Chat.
Beat free.
Come on.
Do your thing.
How many beat puns can we come up with for a name?
So this is for more or less for like a one shot, or just to sort of explain how things go. So you can get crazy with the names, but if you're choosing a name
Beater
for a
than
campaign,
you.
right? You might want to choose a community that would that would make sense in character, right? I don't think you're going to call you be like,
Yeah.
I'm from the beater than you community. I'm from the drop the beats, right? Unless you're a gang, right? Like if we're a gang, then
Yeah, we're not really a gang.
call yourself whatever you want to. So we might be actually the Neverkin might be a good like authority
In
for us in some
between.
sense. In between
Town?
the beater community. Unbeaten.
Unbeaten.
No deadbeat jokes yet.
Darren, whose side are you on?
I mean, like Beat Town. Beat Town.
It could be BEE or BEA.
Beat downtown. These are fun.
165% funded.
Man.
Not the Beatles. Beatles.
God.
Beetletown. Beatmore. Mount Beatmore. Beater. No, if I just do that, I'm gonna get myself in trouble just by saying words that come off the top of my head. So we won't do that. But he's on the side of Beta vulgaris. Is that the name for the beat?
Apparently, it's a type of beat.
Name. Okay, or you could just choose like a non-beat related name. How boring. Dwight's farm. Shrewtville.
I put beat something.
Beat something. That could be like the name of the farm, right? Like you could actually, yeah. Wouldn't that be fun if it was a farm? Like if that's your whole shit was like you farm.
Yeah.
Oh, your farm something. Oh yeah, we're beat something.
I meant it as a
Freedom
placeholder,
Farm.
but sure.
Beat something.
It's Freedom Farm.
I can't believe that just in the time that we've been trying to name a town based off beats that like the Kickstarter's been going up again. like yeah, I want to get in on this punning group. Yeah.
Freedom Farm.
Freedom Farm?
I feel like it would have been named before we got known for beats.
Yeah. Freedom Farm sounds fun.
Freedom Farm.
Beat Dead.
Oh my god.
Love it. Yeah, Freedom Farm sounds like something you would actually name a community.
Ooh, Eden's Hope isn't bad. I really like that.
It's not, but let me just point and poke a little bit that it wouldn't be called Eden, right?
Yeah.
There is a name for it. Let me remember what it is. There's a place that oh man, I don't want to get myself in trouble by anybody not knowing history. But anyway, there was let's see. There's a Babylonian version, I guess, of the Garden of Eden. So let me find that word and then I will get back. Or we could just call it whatever. I don't care.
I have a puppy sleeping on me. It's very cute.
Well, apparently, Eden derives from the Akkadian word Edinu, or the Sumerian word, well, it's Eden or Eden, Edin.
The abstruse one. We are not friends.
It's where it's one of the places where Gilgamesh traveled. I can't remember. I think it starts with a D. Anyway, this isn't going to be helpful. Nobody wants to watch me do research on streams. But yes, also it makes sense that Eden would be named after an Akkadian word because when that part of the scripture was being written, they were in exile in Babylon. And Hebrew and Akkadian share an awful lot in common as both being Semitic languages. Bet you didn't know that, chat. Beat that.
No. All right. So beat something and is a placeholder for now.
Eden's Hope. I still like that one.
I'd rather do
or
what
Freedom
something
Farm
from
Dillman.
chat.
That was it. DIL.
Well, Eden's Hope was from chat.
I didn't see that one. Oh, that was
Maximilian suggested it.
Cool. Beat Street Collective.
Jesus.
You guys, I'm exhausted. With that, we are at 167% funded.
It's time to take a break so I can get something to eat.
Yeah, same. So we will be back. Our plan was 4 p.m. for character creation. Oh gosh, I just burped. So why don't we? Ava, did you send me any links for some of the? Oh no.
Cliff says Garden of Beaten.
Oh my god.
Cliff.
I thought I did, but I don't see it. Give me 1 second to find it.
I guess that's the winner because it made Opti the loudest. He's
I'm
still
so glad I was
giggling.
part of this.
Here. This is. I'll DM you it.
So what we're gonna do while Ava is feeding me links is
It's a link to Clockwork Tuba's playlist.
Yay! Is play some Clockwork Tuba stuff for ya while we take a break and do human things. Hey, we're only $58 away from 170%.
Oh my.
250 backers. Thank you guys so much. So glad to be with you guys today.
Andrew.
Despite all of the pain you are causing me.
About
but-
the Kickstarter jump.
Yes.
If you can't beat him, join him. I love you all.
Why?
Hang'em Gardens.
All right. So we just did community building. So we are going to go watch Clockwork Tuba do some community creation as well. And we will be back in a little while. But for now, thank you all, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
You get little respect, but you can get the attention of others if you try. Lawyers suck, and law is ambivalent.
Hey, we get no respect.
That's just how it be.
So that is our cast. And then now we get to choose resources. So here's the fun thing. It used to be like you would choose an like your background gave you some choices of resources and things like that, but they actually came up with something really cool. There is now a community. You get the attention of others if you try. Lawyers suck, and laws and has things you guys can buy from. And you guys have, as a whole, as a group, all 4 of you, have 40 fortune to spend. So we're gonna go through. It's if you guys have the PDF open at home, it's on page 127. But basically, you have things like an artist. This would be like a famous chef. A baru is a priest to lead things. A doctor to help you out. An employer would be basically someone who's like giving jobs to everyone in the community. A maker being someone like a blacksmith in the fantasy archetypes of someone who creates things. Scientist helps out for science things. Teacher to help, teach people or teach skills. An artist again. Okay. So
it's
yes,
that important.
As you can see, this is still play tested and still
very
working through.
important.
Dip, dive, duck, dodge, and dive.
You can also can buy things like pillars of the community, patrons. These are like kind of
Those of the community mean like White Knight, Harvey Dent types.
Yes.
Obvious things. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, these are basically like quick buy templates if you don't want to have to figure out.
Hey, we went up 5 project followers this.
Hello, everybody. Hi. So what you're looking at right now is the very first video that we're running for Subversion RPG. So a little bit of the artwork there in the starting screen. Okay, so how to explain what is going on? Well, first we're going to explain who we are. I'm Clockwork Tuba. You can find me on Twitch at Clockwork Tuba, twitch.tv/Clockwork Tuba, and pretty much Clockwork Tuba everywhere. We're going to start introducing everyone and basically just give us your name and, where people can find you. Starting with my left, that would be single letter J.
Hello there, I am single letter J. You can just call me J, that's fine. You can find me anywhere as single letter J. It's how I describe how to spell my name. It's right there for you. I like horror stuff. If you like it too, come say hi. Yeah, that's me. Go on, get out of here.
Following on the circle, we got Grandpa Butters.
Hi, I'm Grandpa Butters. You can literally find me nowhere. I'm here to have fun and play an RPG with my friends and just try to get this thing going.
All right, keeping the circle going. Aegis.
Hi, I'm Aegis of famed partnered Twitch channel Aegis and Pred, and that's where you can usually find me, either playing horror games or probably getting lost somewhere in Skyrim while chat throws things at me to make me die. Because my chat loves me.
And last but certainly not least, Tallulah and Chill.
Hello, I am Lou. I have a sore throat. Don't mind me. You can find me at Tallulah and Chill on Twitch. And I also like horror games. I'm a little on the soft side of horror, but I do like horror stuff. Yeah.
So, thank you very much, and let's get started. So this is going to be the first of 2 videos that are going exclusively to YouTube, because these are going to be our prep videos. If you are seeing these, odds are we've announced this stream happening on February 4th. Nope, I'm smart.
7th?
It is 7th.
Editing exists for a reason.
Nah, who edits things?
Edit that.
So for the first stream going on February 7th, this is going to be building the community, which is going to make more sense in a little bit. That being said, you probably have never heard of Subversion. That's okay. I hadn't heard about it a couple months ago either. So Subversion is a fantastic RPG that is hitting
the name.
Yes. That is hitting Kickstarter February 21st. So our plan is we're going to do these 2 prep videos, both the community creation on this video, character creation on the next video, and then after that we will get ready to go live on February 7th for our first stream, and we'll stream every Tuesday for the next 8 weeks, which includes the 21st when the Kickstarter goes live. So there's a little bit of blurb about Subversion that I kind of want to read. So in the Subversion tabletop role-playing game, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both your character and the community they are part of have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert the oppressive world around you while also holding true to your values you and your community care about isn't an easy task. And that's pretty much what drew me to this game to start off with. That being said, as always, what we're working with is a playtest game. This is our complete playtest rules. The games haven't fully, been finalized, so there may be things that change. There may be things that we do that end up not working out so well. And I also, if there's any time where I have to step away from the rules, I'm going to try to make sure I emphasize that both here and on stream, just to kind of give you this is a me, not them problem if that, crashes and burns for us.
It's always good to keep those separate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. So one thing I also want to make sure that we talk about is every member of this party can use the X card, where they either signal me with their hands, with their words, with something that they are not comfortable with a direction we are going, and we will stop everything. pull back. I will switch you guys over to a BRB screen, and I will have a conversation with my players, because I want to make sure that as much fun as we're having, this is a safe and comfortable place for them. And that basically should be the rule at your tables as well. There are fantastic resources out there, including in the playtest things when those playtest rules come out, about having the X-Car set up, having your lines, having your veils, knowing what areas you won't go to make sure you take care of your players, because it's not fun if they're not comfortable. So that being said, what we talked about a bit in the beginning, and what we're doing today is we're building a community. So let's do this. Oh, actually, let's do this. Ha 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 ha.
Don't know. Jeff Goldblum off. No.
I don't. Yeah. But you see, but if instead. All right. So.
Oh wow. Oh, I see what you did, and
let's go to there. That's a little bit off frame.
I love having a vertical monitor because I have the entire thing just straight up right here. Oh, it's beautiful.
That is awesome.
So I'll have it shared with you guys. I'm also sharing it on the stream, the video right now. So first things first is we have to choose a community type. Now there's basically just the broad sense of what is happening, what's going on with everything. We also have a bare bones character sheet that's a community sheet that we can use as well. So we'll come up with a name later, but for the type, now these are just suggestions. We have neighborhood, which is self-explanatory, town, corporate, which is, the whole company store aspects, a temple, a rebellious type, or nomadic, where it doesn't actually stay in one place. Does anyone have any ideas or anything else they kind of want to kind of tie into everything that's going on?
I mean, they give a lot of good examples here.
They do. Oh, just kill the music. There it is. Trying to get just a little. There we go.
I mean,
you can usually use the arrow keys to very, very slightly.
Oh. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah. Like by 5% or something.
Yeah. Sorry about that. So yes, they do give some good examples. What are you guys thinking for your community? This is part and parcel of this is kind of like the foundation of which your characters are built upon.
Well, I know that there were some ideas from didn't you mention like a one shot where some ideas.
Yes.
Smile.
Yeah.
There's a one shot.
I mean, when we played,
get out with it. Why are you being coy? Out with it, boy.
I mean, when we
the only thing I don't see there is pirates.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't see that they say is like a pirate group or something.
Maybe probably nomadic, I guess.
They be discriminated against me pirates.
No, they're not discriminating against your pirates.
We played in a village, which was just a smaller,
very accepting of your pirates.
Actually, the
community.
Thank you. Maybe a little too much, A little too accepting.
While it was called a village, it actually was a neighborhood because it was
a neighborhood.
Yeah, because it was built part of the major megacity of Neo Babylon. Gotcha. So Neo Babylon itself. Sorry, I meant to do this a little bit, just to kind of give a background precursor for the world. Neo Babylon is a shining megacity in the year 450 of the new calendar. About 2,000 years ago, Nebuchadnezzar and his empire gathered all magic together and split off from our history by becoming a magical empire that could not be defeated.
Okay, now, just for everybody else knows, we are not talking about the Matrix.
No, we're not talking about the ship in the Matrix.
Fishburne is not involved in this in the slightest.
So that is what he named the ship.
Major historical figures in cities.
Major historical figure?
No, I mean, we are kind of talking about the major historical figures in cities. The fact that it was a history that started with ours that kind of branched off because magic existed, and because Nebuchadnezzar could
inspired by
marshal that magic together. Instead of getting soundly beaten by the Egyptian Empire when he picked a fight with them, he beat them and then kept on growing. About 450 years ago, there was a great devastation that racked the world. And in searching away from their old lands, they found a brand new continent where they built up a shining city called Neo-Babylon. So now it is about 450 years later. Neo-Babylon is a shining pillar ziggurat of just progress if you can afford it or if you're born into it. The caste system is very much alive, and we'll get to that a little bit later on in the community creation. And because of that, certain things just aren't available to people. Yes, neighborhood was what you guys did in the one shot, or what Butters did in the one shot, because you're in the one shot with me. I also
It's
think
very street level.
Yes, I mean, well, you're all going to be street level because the cast chosen is there's a suggested cast, and I'm going to kind of force that because it's our first run of this game. So we're going to be lower middle cast, so we're not going to be too up there. But still, run it through me. Like, do you guys? I kind of want to knock off town or corporate as options, just because I don't want to have to deal with like outside travel time. I like being part of the mega city. So,
And given some of our characters, temple doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
No.
I mean, rebel or nomadic honestly sounds kind of like us.
Rebel. Oh, that was a weird cough. Sorry about that.
Right? Yeah, I want to get a lozenge.
Well, I mean, can we be a rebel community within a neighborhood, though? I mean, don't...
we can kind of blend them all together.
The neighborhood is built as a, against somebody's wishes.
I guess, what is the biggest flag you guys are flying? Neighborhood, rebel, or nomadic?
Rebel.
I mean...
This place is a mess.
How about making a neighborhood that you can rebel against then, Jay? I'm just kidding.
Neighborhood, I'm gonna rebel.
So, rebel, we got it. All right.
Let's go with rebel.
Rebel.
So, now we get to choose some aspects that kind of like identify like the big hallmarks of your area. For example, in the one shot, there was an artist food with the food subclass, because there was all about very, food oriented, they were about like pushing food to the highest cuisine. The other examples we have are agricultural, crime, where it's, it's a big crime lane area, frontier, which on the very edges of the houseboats. Ideological, meaning that you have a certain belief system. Refugee, basically you guys have fled from a certain area. Religions, because of the way magic exists, religions are very much just still a thing that they approve. Like, you believe in the magic and they believe in the religion doesn't get you magic. Nomadic, so that it's, a roving community that goes from place to place. An undermage is basically you're connected to an arcane college. So here's the thing. I had the suggestion, and I joked about it when we were talking about doing all the tech stuff, about you guys being a nomadic group of food trucks, because you guys kept on joking about that.
I really do love that. I really do.
It's a lot of fun.
Okay, is that what we want to go with?
Nomadic group of food trucks.
I really kind of do. Seriously, that sounds hysterical.
Yeah.
I mean,
that just sounds like it's going to be a good time.
Okay, so for background one is going to be nomadic, because the nomadic's going to be important. And you guys might have like a base of operation you go during the quote-unquote off-season, but for the most part, you guys are making...
Gypsies.
We don't use that word actually anymore. Romani is the better word.
We are
Romani.
Yep, no, we're Romani. Thank you.
Okay, so now is it more about artistic of the food? Do you use the food trucks as cover to do crime, and are basically just jackasses, or is it more of, you know, you're just protecting the people and like, you know?
No, I don't know about you guys, but like I want to make sure that the food truck is good. Like we're still serving really good shit, but
Good quality. Yeah, right.
What?
right? But yeah, we'll definitely still have that. Like, do you guys want to go like proactive? Like, you guys want to be like a badass superhero kind of team going around saving people in the city and whatnot, where we happen to be
In food trucks.
in food trucks.
In
Think-
food
think-
trucks.
think Fist of the North Star.
But
with
like
food
we
trucks.
send undercover messages by the kind of food that we serve. So like if we serve a hamburger and it's got ketchup, that means that we need to meet somebody. So like we can use
Or we can have like you know how they have those hero drinks at bars? Like if somebody needs help.
yeah. If somebody orders,
Like we'll have like menu
or
up
an
there,
angel
like,
shot
you know,
or whatever.
yeah, like you know,
Okay.
like we'll have kidnapping Sunday or something like
So
that.
we communicate. We communicate secret
Mhm.
messages through our
food orders.
our condiment selection.
Okay.
Who's gonna be
Or-
the condiment king?
No condiment king.
Oh, you take it away from me every game.
I'm not a nice person. You should know this by now.
Lies.
Okay.
I want my
So-
condiment king. I just want to shoot ketchup and mustard out of squirt guns at people. That's all I want.
We'll get you there, Jay. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay.
Someday.
Hear me out on this one, and I think I can spin this for you guys as going as the second background ideological, and yours basically being looking out for the little guy.
I like that.
That deep held belief
Yeah.
that no matter what, everyone should have access to someone to protect them.
I like it.
I'm gonna totally be working on like a secret language and condiments now while we're off camera.
I truly relish that idea.
Oh no!
My God.
Oh no!
Mayo, I make a suggestion.
I'll see if I can mustard it.
I'm stopping this video now. We're all done.
Oh,
Determine the-
wait, if you stop it now, we'll never catch up.
I was just saying, wait, let me catch up, is what I was gonna say. I'm done.
All right,
I'm
all
We're all
right,
perfect for each other.
Oh,
Sorry.
I love
all
it.
right. I'm burning it all to the ground. Sorry, people. No. Okay. So second step would be choosing influence and cast. The starting influence they recommend is 4. And that's what we're gonna go with. It basically just gives kind of, if you picture it on a scale of 1 to 10, your influence is how much influence you have over the city itself, and how how much authority
it's
you guys
4?
have. Yes, 4. So
4 out of
little-
10.
4 out of 10. So a little bit lower than
People do
middle.
not listen to us.
I mean, no, because you guys are just kind of just starting out.
They will though.
They'll learn the hard way.
We'll win them over with noodles.
So, and also for cast, I'm locking us in at lower middle. The way the game works, erstwhile viewer at home, is you can choose lower cast than lower middle and get extra like starting points to use for your characters, and you can choose higher casts and get lower starting points up to elite. Like you can run a game where everything is more like corporate boardroom, boardroom, just like Game of Thrones style political play, which is entirely possible and fine, just not where we're going with this game. So just to give a hallmark for lower...
Lawyers, fucking laws, and people. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. That's absolutely, hey, you guys picked Rebel for a reason.
I read it, and I'm like, yes.
Lower middle. Food is usually average quality, as is clothing. Transportation is limited to 4 passenger vehicles. Single passenger creatures are okay. Permits to use flying transportation are too expensive for you. Small home or decent apartment. Utilities work almost 100% of the time, but there are always issues here and there. You get little respect, but you can get the attention of others if you try. Lawyers suck, and law is ambivalent.
Hey, we get no respect.
That's just how it be.
So that is our cast. And then now we get to choose resources. So here's the fun thing. It used to be like you would choose like your background gave you some choices of resources and things like that, but they actually came up with something really cool. There is now a community paradigm, which has things you guys can buy from. And you guys have, as a whole, as a group, all 4 of you, have 40 fortune to spend. So we're going to go through. It's if you guys have the PDF open at home, it's on page 127. But basically, you have things like an artist. This would be like a famous chef. A baru is a priest to lead things. A doctor to help you out. An employer would be basically someone who's like giving jobs to everyone in the community. A maker being someone like a blacksmith in the fantasy archetypes of someone who creates things. Scientist helps out for science things. Teacher to help, teach people or teach skills. An artist again. Okay. So
It's
yes,
that important.
as you can see, this is still play tested and still
very
working through.
important.
Dip, dive, duck, dodge, and dive.
You can also can buy things like pillars of the community, patrons. These are like kind of
Those of the community mean like White Knight, Harvey Dent types.
Yes.
Obvious things. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, these are basically like quick, quick buy templates if you don't want to have to figure out everything else that comes through. Comes through everything else. Like a patron is off of that, an eager assistant. Just little things. You also have resources, land trust, not really going to apply to you guys. Performance space again, an Elu Ishitu, which is a sacred shrine, place of pilgrimage, equipment. So this actually is going to be might represent an armory, a mortar pool. So equipment you guys might want to buy is the food trucks themselves, a spectacle or wonder, a den of iniquity, whether that is booze, sex, drugs, or rock and roll, or a garden.
Can it only be one or the other?
It doesn't have to be, but it's it's only going to give you really one big benefit.
Get the garden. It does something TBD though. But if we're also nomadic, then we probably unless we have like little gardens on top of our food trucks.
Yeah. This is actually so. I do want to do a big asterisk here and a side note on this. The garden that mentions the TBD from mental cultivation, this actually is one of the high points of this game for me. Because the mantle of cultivation is a Baru chosen paradigm mantle, which basically means that you can be a priest of cultivation. And one of the abilities on the priest of cultivation, in the sense of being able to grow plants and things like that, is just saying you have a garden for your community. Something you would buy as a spell in D&D becomes this your community has more food because you are just that in connection with the god.
That's what I wanted to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That would be perfect.
So we're covered.
Sorry.
We got this.
Okay, so
I was going to say, since we are traveling from place to place, where are we going to get the food for the trucks? But if Lou is just a walking garden, then that's perfect.
Mm-hmm. Oh Lord, Aegis. The idea for a character we were talking about before with the garden.
Oh my god. This teeny little goblin around, scampering about.
Okay,
with
so
a gigantic garden.
We will update this as we go through it, but if you guys all agree, spending 10 of your 40 points to get Lou's garden.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm fine with this.
God, yeah.
It'll be called Lou's garden.
Delicious vegetables from Lou's garden.
And
fruits.
The way I see it is
and sandwich topping.
Like a giant produce truck that is just growing trees out the back of it.
I don't have a food truck. Mine's just produce truck. Yeah.
Also, Jay, your camera has frozen for me.
Again?
Uh-oh.
A derp.
It seems fine over here.
No, it stopped.
Yeah, it froze.
Discord does
well,
not
that's-
like it.
Oh, well, that's derping. Give me 2 seconds. I'll ghosty for a mo.
Ghosty for a mo.
See if this
Ghosty
works.
for the mosty.
Did that change it?
Nothing happened
No,
on
it's
my
still
side.
frozen.
Damn.
Okay.
Might have to.
You might have to dip
the-
and come back in, and if that happens,
Yeah.
I apologize at home because it's going to cause some wonkiness. We're professionals.
Oh no.
Well, I'm not. You guys are.
Actually, I kept us all pretty much the same. It just moved Butters' icon into Jay's spot. Oh, but everyone froze. Can everyone hear me? Hi, we're back. Sorry, and a little bit internet hiccup, but we're back. Everything's fine. Last we left off, we were buying the garden for Lou's Garden as a community resource. So Lou's going to get that, essentially that paradigm ability for free. And then, all right. So what were the other things we were looking at? I believe it was the equipment to get the motor pool, aka the fleet of food trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
And while we were wondering what would be better, because I'm looking at the community relations, and we were thinking like a scientist would be good, like a scientist that was, but not like a doctor scientist, like a mechanic, to be able to repair the trucks or upgrade them or what have you.
We weren't sure if it was scientist or maker that would
Or
fit
yeah, or if
that,
maker.
would fit that mark.
I would say maker probably.
Mechanic or maker. What
Maybe
type?
maker.
Yeah. And we'll come up with names and lineages for them later on. Mechanic for the trucks. You have 10 points left.
Oof.
Oofin.
Yeah.
So, but you did say that part of that 10 was for the trucks, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, so now we have 10 for Lou's Garden, 10 for the motor pool of food trucks, and then 10 for the maker.
Your stream is paused on our end. If that, yeah, there you go. Hello.
Hi.
There he is.
Ew, OBS. Oh my god.
Oh, was it showing the actual OBS screen?
Yeah,
It shouldn't be to you guys. I should be sorry.
because it's obviously bullshit. Sorry.
I want you guys to be looking at just this one.
I live. I promise.
Yay! All right, so yeah,
Huzzah!
we have those.
Many much living.
Should we also have like an artist to think of new recipes, or
Artists would be good for
Now
food.
these aren't people that we are, correct? Like we will
Correct.
come in offering our own things.
Yes.
yeah, we're our own.
Right,
thing. These
right,
are
right.
people
Alright, so
that help
it's
the
In our
community.
community.
Gotcha. So now we're looking at roles we essentially don't want.
Yes, the roles that you guys
Okay.
don't want, and also importantly, just things you want your community to have. Like buying an artist means that you guys are coming up with, new and inventive food truck recipes, which can lead to some great things that come from that way. Because the way artists work in this game are kind of like the way bards work in D&D, where they give inspiration and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Where they basically, they give you some like dice, and they make things easier for people from showing the new masterpieces and things like that. Scientist would be good for doing research. Doctor would be good to help you guys out medically wise.
I was thinking, Doctor, if we're about to get up to some shenanigans later on.
We are going to be shenaniganizing away from things potentially because we're nomadic shenaniganizers. So that's a good idea.
I mean, shenanigans goes wherever we do.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
So are the shenanigans nomadic or are we?
I'd say both. I'd say both. We both
Brain
wander.
blown.
I know, right? Like, I'm sorry. I'm
And
getting
here's the
deep
thing.
here, I guess.
I will also say this. At any time, as you guys level up in adventure and do that kind of stuff, and level up, as you guys get like fortune things to use, you can spend that on community things as well.
Okay.
Up to and
Oh, so this
including
levels up. Okay.
Yeah, like you can buy the you can buy these things later.
Patron?
You can buy
That's
not
Patron.
Patron, it's
I'm an
Patron. But the big ones are you can upgrade the influence of your community, or you can upgrade the cast of your community.
So they heal quicker.
Ha 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 ha. No.
Sorry.
But basically,
we said doctor, by the way. Right? I'm sorry, I was writing too slow.
I don't think you guys have made a final decision yet.
Okay.
I think it's just one of those things of. So these are choices you guys are making for now.
I like doctor.
Like doctor.
Yeah.
Doctor, give me
Like
the news.
I feel like scientist and or artist is something one of us could definitely take the place of. So I think we should be all right there.
Shenanigans.
See, you were thinking
Shenanigans.
You were thinking Doctor. I was thinking
I gotta.
I called the witch doctor and asked him what to do.
Put the lime in the coconut.
And he said.
It was ooh ee ooh ding, ding.
No, it's not what he says anymore. Now he played Diablo 3 for hours and hours. All he says
No, he
is,
does not. No, you're right.
With a stupid blow dart. I freaking hate. I'm so sorry. Wow,
So
sorry. Wow. Trigger.
Speaking of impulses.
So now you have to choose the impulse for your community. Sorry, the two impulses for your community.
Okay.
And these are basically things that go a bit wild with your community.
Okay.
So
intoxication.
Indulgence would be indulging in alcohol, drugs, gambling, clubbing, sex festivals, that kind of stuff. Phobia.
So fun.
Phobia.
Phobia, lack of food.
No fun.
You know, things like that. Impetuous basically means that they're always trying to grab the newest thing and run with it. Pride.
Down.
Oh yeah, it's easily one of my favorite sins.
So each of these basically are going to have like these are how your
devil's advocate reference. Yeah, sorry.
Community blows off steam. And that's can be good and that can be bad.
Right, but it's got to be.
And we have to basically have to choose two of them for you guys.
There we go. I was trying to find where it was, and I'm scared of pressing any of my buttons down here because I don't want to accidentally trigger one of the creepy faces.
That's fair.
Oh no.
Because I know I have those.
Me too.
I want to do that to you guys. Alrighty.
So how do you guys feel about this community? How do you feel this community lets loose? Are they big into the is it like the line cook level of great we've finished dinner rush and now we're gonna get so drunk we can't stand?
I mean that is restaurant life.
Are we the don't fuck with people who serve you your food people?
I feel like yeah, this should probably be.
I mean, yes.
Yeah. There's got to be a bar in town.
I mean, you guys have the food trucks. You guys run the bar. There's a bar truck.
Yeah.
We are the bar in town.
Tell us what kind of trucks to have.
I grow
Dibs
hops.
on the bar
It's
truck.
fine.
Look, my tart truck is my tart truck, and you cannot stop me.
That's fine, but we still have a bar truck.
Okay. As long as nobody throws up on my tart.
They dibs on the bar truck.
They'll probably snarf them down.
So I mean, indulgence, right? We're picking indulgence.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Indulgence will
picking
be one of them. Is there a
Yeah.
spot for? Oh, there's values. That comes later. There's the factions.
Yes,
There
indulgence first, values later.
Is there a
So
spot
we have
for
to have
indul-
2 impulses? Why do we have to have 2?
Because you guys are
Excuse me. I'll mute next time. I didn't think it was
That's
gonna
okay. So, what is the trigger for your indulgences? So it's object of desire being easily available, times of the year, upcoming threat that is overwhelming, community under stress, bad news. What do you guys think the biggest trigger for you guys are?
Oh god,
I like
probably
community
bad
under stress.
news. Yeah, I'm just gonna under stress or bad
I
news.
mean,
Yeah.
it's always stress. I mean,
Like bad news is gonna come and go, but stress is there forever.
and ever
We're
and ever.
food serving people. We know stress.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. That's a really good point. So we're always going to be indulging because we're
Yep.
always getting yelled at by some Karen.
So now we have to come up with a response, and the response we have are intoxication. Community widely indulges in drug or substances that numbs their abilities to help or lead. Even if everyone doesn't indulge, it makes getting anything done nearly impossible. All roles during this downtime have a consequence. So basically, everyone is
All
fucking
of the
hungover.
roles?
Yes.
I like how retail therapy is also one of the options.
Yes. Distraction. Community is distracted by indulgence and miss their other responsibilities. Each PC loses a downtime action during this downtime. Even if they don't indulge, they weren't able to avoid dealing with the fallout. So basically, is it just like, the Mardi Gras is happening, things don't happen anymore when Mardi Gras is happening. And then large ass community makes a large irresponsible purchase or expenditure they need to spend time later paying back. Community loses 2d6 fortune.
Sounds like us. We get really sad, so we get another food truck that we just cannot maintain. Let's get another one.
No, we're intoxicated, and then we make that spending purchase, and
It's usually how
buy
that
a bar
works.
truck.
It
You
matches
should
mine.
totally buy a bar truck.
We should totally buy a bar truck.
This is
call
the
it
best
puzzles.
idea
Not called
ever.
puzzles, I quit.
I'm guessing we're going with largesse.
We're going with largesse. Yeah.
Alrighty.
We had to choose just one. Okay, thank God.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. We are back. Hopefully everyone can hear us. I don't know what happened with that other one. It was crazy. But we are back at 192% funded. And 5 minutes to go to hit 200% funded. So let's either make it exactly 1 hour, or let's make it 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 34 seconds. Those are our two options. So, but welcome back, everyone. We are here now. Well, anything you want to say about the Kickstarter so far, Opti? Yeah. um. Uh. Uh. What happened? Someone said what? Stay tuned, everyone. I mean, who needs to hear everyone else? I love how I was like, Opti, what do you have to say about the Kickstarter so far? And then it was silence. That's excellent. Well, we'll do an instant replay here in a second. How's that? Try talking now.
I am talking now, and I'm noticing ads for products with my logo on them that we aren't selling. Which is interesting. Thank you, YouTube ads, for suggesting stickers that I don't make of my company. We've made it now. People are bootlegging us. I can only take that as a win.
Can you guys hear now? Can I get confirmation in the chat? Okay, great. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. All right. So, Opti, what were you saying about the progress of the Kickstarter so far and your feelings?
I was saying that it is awesome and overwhelming that we are less than 4 hours into the campaign and we are almost 200% funded. That is blowing my mind, and I'm so thankful for that. So thank you to everybody who has pledged so far.
Yeah, at 193%, 294 backers, about to cross the 300 backer mark and the 200% funded, which is amazing.
Yep.
So we are going... Earl Grey, I see you in chat, and when Opti was reading everyone's names that backed earlier, I was like, I love that name. Earl Grey is a cool name. So welcome to the chat. Hi, Tom.
Also a good tea.
It's my favorite tea. So neat. And we are back here now. We had a break where we played a video of the community creation session by Clockwork Tuba. And they are actually going to be live streaming an actual play tonight. So we are going to plug that in to our Kickstarter page for you guys to watch as well. But before we get there tonight, because that's at... What time are they doing that, Opti?
You know, it would be great if I knew that.
It would.
But I don't.
So tonight, it'll be on Clockwork Tuba here on YouTube.
Maybe Clockwork is in the chat and he will let us know.
That would be super.
I know I'm currently talking with him on the Fragging Unicorns Discord.
Let's see.
Time is your stream tonight.
So while we get that, Opti is also going to be on an interview on Ginny Loveday from Steamforged Games, her Twitch account, where she does interviews and stuff like that. So he'll be on with her tonight. And in the meantime, we're going to do some character creation so y'all can see what that's like here in Subversion Land.
I have an answer as to the time.
Okay.
8:30 EST.
Nice. Okay.
There you go.
So, you can have 2 screens and have the audio in one ear each for Opti's interview and the actual play. So that'll be fun. Less than $600 away from 200% funded, Opti.
Ooh, my. If anybody wants to be our personal hero and throw us up over that hump.
Yeah, throw us up instead of throw up on us. Don't
throw up on us, everyone.
No kink shame, but no kink
see.
same.
We got so many backers since the last time I read backers. I don't know that I could read all of these. I don't know how interesting that would be.
In your PBS voice?
Yes. I just want to thank you right now to Gavin Jones, who's pledged $60 for the Subversion Core rulebook, and also to Relco and Milani Jace, who pledged $60. Odell, Robert Gilson, Morgan Buck. You can be like them. You can be happy. You can get everything you ever wanted out of life and love and wholeness by pledging today for the Subversion Kickstarter. We can't do it without you. I have no money. I have nothing more to say. My NPR voice has run out.
Awesome. Well, why don't we get into some character creation? I think we're going to start with Elizabeth or Isabits. And meanwhile, I'm going to check some of the social medias I'm supposed to be checking and keep...
Why don't we do this? I will focus on one person at a time. If you're not getting focused on, then as we're talking, be thinking about what you're going to do so that by the time we get to you, it will go quicker. Or if you want to just pick as we go and then let us know what you've picked, then that also works. So we're going to go to chapter 13, if you're following along at home, which you can do, by the way. If you look at our first backer update or first update on the Kickstarter, you can download the rules and follow along. But this is chapter 13 on page 77, PC generation. The first thing that we're going to do is choose our lineage. Lineage is the group of people that you belong to, the species, if you will. We have a number of... we have 7, but there's only 6 that are in the book right now. The Harmaku, which are sort of like an all-female harpy-like lineage is still being worked on. So that will be in future builds. But for now, we have dwarfs, elves, goblins, humans, orcs, and Yetin. And Yetin are the big folk. So they could be... Yetis or Sasquatches or ogres or bugbears or Almaslar, any of those type of things. So what are you thinking for your character?
I was actually thinking about the Yetin. I was thinking about being a Yeti.
Nice. Yes, Yetis are pretty darn cool. So if you choose a Yeti, you will get to choose you get one origin trait or lineage option, Yetin size, which means you get to increase your brawn from 1 to 3 right now. Ogre features, it sounded like you didn't really want to do an ogre, so I'm going to skip that one. Natural weapons, claws, that is unarmed attacks that you do 2d6 damage. Yeti features, when in colder temperatures, you gain 1 grit per session. And in hot temperatures, you suffer -1 grit per session, and you have white fur. Or divergent heritage. Before attributes have been assigned, you raise your will to 3, and your lifespan is extended to 320 years.
Ooh.
So you're an older Yeti if you choose that one.
Okay. So I think I'm going to choose size so that my brawn is raised.
Okay. So all of your attributes: agility, brawn, wit, charisma, awareness, and will. They all start at 1.
Okay.
And so right now, just change your brawn to 3.
Okay.
For free. Step 2 is your origin. Your origin is your culture, and this affects your character and your attributes and your entire character's makeup more than your lineage does. So we'll go through the cultures very quickly. And I should note that just because you come from this culture doesn't mean that you come from the place the culture is from, right? So in America, we have people who might be of Spanish or Chinese heritage, and they have those cultures that affect their family life, but they aren't necessarily from that nation, right? They aren't necessarily from Spain or from China. That's their sort of cultural makeup. So the first is Kaldani. Kaldani is originally a people of mixed North Atlantic and Scandian heritage. I'll just skip all that, and for our purposes, I'll say that Kaldani is sort of like a Latina heritage, right? Like it's got a mix of Spanish and Babylonian heritage. So if you were looking to play somebody who outwardly at least sort of is Latino or Latina, that would be a good one for you. Okay. Cherukian, which is Churuk is a nation on Azor founded by goblin colonists. They have very little physical prowess, so they tend to be less muscular, but they do have a lot of features that allow them to fit in with everybody else. A Yeti in Cherukian culture would be an incredibly odd and humorous thing because their buildings are smaller and more focused on goblins. Gasulian, which is long before Babylon grew to its height, the Gasulians, an early orc-dominated nomadic culture, spanned the Mediterranean as a trading empire. Though their homeland was lost and their colonies were either conquered or allied or subsumed, it runs really deep in many cultures around the world. So they value sort of farming and low to the ground living, but also very smart, right? Like a lot of scientists come from Gasulian culture. Babylonian, which is the sort of default culture of Neo-Babylon as the first truly cosmopolitan city. Neo-Babylon quickly outgrew its beginnings as a city that would unify many cultures through trade and has instead become the world leader in almost every area. So it's got a very cosmopolitan city-like, this is the most cyberpunk culture that you could find. And in between Babylonian, you have urban, undercity, wealthy, and impoverished as options for that. Altai-Theran is the basically physically largest group of people. They tend to be where the Yetin culture tends to come from Altai-Theran, which is sort of the Russian steppes in our world. So more comfortable in their own communities and integrated less with surrounding cultures. They have a stereotype of antisocial behavior, but they are just radically drawn to community. And then the final one is De Broceliande, which is the culture of the elves of Val Broceliande. So they don't like humor very much. They're very dour, and they can tell jokes, but they're usually at somebody else's expense. They favor simple things and brutalist things. Their art and their food and their language are all performed without adornment or enhancement. So there you go. They all have sort of roots in what species or what people created them, but you can absolutely be a Yeti from any of those cultures, and it all just sort of builds a tapestry. What sounds good?
I kind of want to be a Yeti from the Goblin Town because I think it would be hilarious.
It would indeed be hilarious.
So I think that's what I'm going to do.
So that's Cherukian, CHURUQUIAN. Chur. It's almost like churro, except QIAN at the end.
And there we go.
All right, so here you get to choose 2 from the origin options, and then 1 from the origin drawback. These are the origin options. Should I be able to share my screen? Would that be easier? You could look at all of these options.
I have it pulled up on my other screen.
Oh, you do? Okay, great. Then perfect. Then I don't have to. I can just read these for the people at home. All right. So the options are improvised paths. You gain +2 on all magical rolls to riff, and riff is like basically when you try to do something with a spell that it wasn't intended to do. Usually harder, but that might be a good thing if you wanted to do magic. Analytical training, you gain reliable 2 on either science or humanities tests, and reliable makes sure that you can do, well, it's basically when you roll a d6, if you have reliable 2, then any dice you get that are below 2 get bumped up to 2. So it just basically ups the average and makes sure that you don't fail horribly on any test you take. Went to Charuk Tech, +2 dice when rolling sciences for mechanical or engineering purposes. Try anything once when using a skill with 1 rank, that is basically you're untrained. Your rolls are inspired. Prolific Pen Pal, you correspond with many people around the world about a variety of topics. With GM permission, you can draw knowledge from them to gain +3 to one of the following skills for a single roll to know something once per session: arts, tech, humanity, magic arts, and science. Before we move forward, I said that all attributes start at 1. I was lying. All attributes start at 0.
Okay.
My bad. I was thinking of skills, and as the creator of this game, it's okay to completely forget everything that you know while you're streaming. All right, so you had a question?
Oh, I was just saying I can pick 2 of those, correct?
2 of those. Improvised paths, analytical training, went to Charuk Tech, try anything once, prolific pen pal. Yeah, those are your options.
Okay.
There's also some generic drawbacks, but yeah, those are the ones you get to pick from your options.
Okay. So I think I'm going to pick try anything once and prolific pen pal.
Awesome. Perfect. So write those down on your sheet.
300 backers.
Woo!
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Where do I put this on the sheet?
Let's see. I'm looking at the sheets right now. Oh, you know what? You don't have to put that on your sheet anywhere. Actually,
Okay.
You probably there's a larger character sheet. It's like 4 pages, and that sort of has a character journal on it where you can sort of put that kind of stuff. For now, if you want, you can especially if you wanted to put the prolific pen pal, you can put that in the abilities section.
Okay.
And just put the page reference 81, so you can use that once per session. The try anything once. Yeah, you could put that in the abilities place as well.
I'm on page 41. Is that correct?
It was on page 81.
81. I'm sorry.
No problem. All right, and for drawbacks, you choose one of the following. There's also, again, some generic drawbacks, but I'll read the ones from Charuk right now. Scrawny, which is -5 health, minimum 0. Fascination of flame. You find fire and flames uncontrollably beautiful. You often create fire just to watch it burn. Why are you like this? Whenever you use an impulse, gain 1 less grit unless that impulse involves fire. Then you gain +1 grit. And grit in this game is gained most often by indulging your impulses. So you do something that sort of calms your mind, and yours might just happen to involve fire. Too much war. When making ranged combat tests, you're always at dulled 5 or less. And dulled is that when you roll d6s, if you get anything above a 5, it's bumped down to 5. Too big. You are used to small spaces and closed-in workshops in the city. -1 to all dice tests when under open sky.
So I really like the fire one because I think it's hilarious, but I think the too big fits since I'm in Goblin Town.
All right. Sounds good. So when you're not enclosed, you're just used to sort of filling up space and having it sort of close in on you, and that's your comfort spot. So when you're not inside a building, -1 test. All right, so we've got the lineage and we've got the origin, and now we're going to go to background. And you can write those, by the way, like you can write those anywhere. The drawback and the abilities, yeah, just or the choices. Just write them wherever they fit at the moment.
Okay.
You might want to make a note of that under impulses, though. Oh no, wait, you didn't choose the fire one. You chose the.
Yeah, I did too big instead.
Okay, no worries. All right, then background. These are more or less role-playing distinctions, right? They're not going to affect your character mechanically, but they do sort of give you a hint of where some of your future choices might go. So this is what you basically did, or what you're specialized in before you became an envoy, or maybe they sort of tell you something about your past or your interests. They have agriculturalist, apprentice caster, artist, Baru, that is a priest, or maybe you a Baru born who was sort of born in a temple or something like that. Booted out, you were a former lawjack, or you were in training to be a lawjack and you sucked at it, or your attitude or mistakes or insubordination got you kicked out. Criminal background, downtrodden or refugee background, explorer, influential, mercenary or soldier, rebel, wage slave, or Yojin apprentice. Or if there's something else that doesn't quite fit any of those, you can make one up and call it a wild card.
I'm trying to decide between booted out, because I think it would be funny to just have been a terrible recruit, or a rebel.
Okay.
Um,
Either one is good.
let's do booted out just because it would be funny.
Okie dokie. So you were in training to be a lawjack. And
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's anger issues, did not like following orders, and was just a terrible recruit.
Good.
I got kicked out.
Okie dokie. Then you will choose your cast. You believe that you all chose Undercity cast, so the easiest thing to do would be to just be the similar cast as your community.
Okay.
That means you get 10 bonus fortune to spend, though.
Oh, so sweet.
That's kind of fun. All right. Next is you're going to choose your impulse. So we did the impulses for the community. Now you're going to choose your impulse. The same basic categories apply. So this is going to be on page 72. And you get to choose one of these 4 basic impulses, and then you get to make it more particular. So indulgence, which we talked about earlier, like there's some substance or some activity that you sort of overindulge in. Phobia, something triggers an absolute panic or terror in you that makes you act irrationally. Impetuous, poor impulse control, too much overconfidence. You like the thrill of uncertainty or danger. And pride. You have an exceedingly high opinion of yourself, and it results in some dangerous overconfidence or arrogance.
Yeah, I'm gonna say pride. They're incredibly arrogant with their skills, and they know it. They know that they're the best.
All right. So you would write that down there on your impulses. Write down what you would write down. Pride. And then for your triggers, you would choose from like being insulted or disrespected, or if you ever get the opportunity to showcase yourself, something that's going to set you off, right? Something fairly common that might set you off.
I'm gonna say disrespected.
Disrespected.
Yeah.
And then for your response, either you won't back down, you refuse to retreat, de-escalate, or otherwise avoid a situation when you've been challenged. or you aren't welcome here. Anyone from like another community who isn't part of your group is immediately targeted by you for hostility.
What was the second one you said?
You aren't
Won't
welcome
back down?
here.
Oh, you aren't welcome here.
Won't back down was the first one. Yeah.
Let's do you won't back down.
Okay. So put that in the. Oh, I was reading off of community triggers. Let me find.
Man, I have ideas for my character, and I'm sad we're not going to be doing a one-shot now.
We might actually play these characters.
Is it just me, or did we lose Opti?
I think we lost Opti.
Okay.
Looks like there might be a one shot, but while he reconnects, what's this process like so far, Elizabeth?
It is. It's a lot of fun, and it's really easy. I think the hardest part is trying to narrow down what you want to do, especially on the fly like this, because so many of the ideas sound like a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the hardest part for me, is trying to narrow stuff down. So I'm just kind of going with what sounds like the first thing that I hear that I think sounds fun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's super easy so far.
Awesome. We are less than $200 away from 200% funding.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
306 backers.
Well, that's not a bad idea, Aaron.
What's the idea?
Is it play the characters on the last day of the campaign?
Ooh. We'd have to wait a whole month, though.
No. That's enough time for me to get commissioned character artwork.
Oh. The other thing
true.
that Ava puts all of the money I pay her back into, it's Kickstarters and character art.
Yes. Yes, I do. What can I say? My artist deserves it. She does it full time now, and it's fucking amazing.
That's awesome. Opti, where'd you go? Oh, okay.
Computer crashing, he said.
Yeah, it's let's see here. It's gonna mess with our cameras, but that's okay.
Hello.
Oh, yay!
Am I back?
You're back.
You are. No camera yet, but
All right. Sorry about that. My computer was like, "No, we're done."
I did that a while ago.
Oh! We are $38 from 200% funded.
Yay.
Oh my! How keen.
The only other person I know who says keen as often as you do, Opti, lives in New Zealand and was raised in England. So, like...
Well, they're also keen.
True.
All right, where was we?
Talking about maybe getting to play these characters.
Yeah, we might play these characters. We might end up playing, but it won't be today.
Yeah, Aaron had a suggestion. Dykstra, he said possibly play them on the last day of the Kickstarter campaign.
Oh, yeah, that might be fun.
At least me. I know I'm going to be there, and I'm already in love with this character I have yet to name.
Okay, so we've got you got the background, we got the cast. You were going to choose your impulse, or did you? No, you chose your impulse, right?
Pride, disrespected, and won't back down is what I chose.
Perfect. Now we get to the part which I think is going to take a little bit more time. Sort of time is going to dilate a little bit. Okay. Where we choose our values. The first value that you choose is your ideology. And there's a list of ideologies. You said you have the book open, right?
I do, yes.
So I'm not going to bother to go really deep into this, but I'm going to read the different ideologies, and one of those is going to be basically your reason for being an envoy, or what sort of motivates you for being an envoy. And it's I'm not going to lie, they're all pretty progressive leftist ideologies. Or you can choose like, hey, I don't care about any of this crap. Not all of them are leftists, I guess, but they're all sort of radical, right? They're all sort of having a reason that they push back on authority. A better way to say that, if I want people's money. Don't want to alienate people. What I meant to say is they're all left to you. It's left open to the player.
Yeah.
And they all get progressively better. Anyway, the first is neo-anarchist, which is you're basically your driving focus is nobody should be coerced into following or providing aid to anybody against their will, but everything is sort of structured on a voluntary basis, right? So their rallying cry is no masters. That's the neo-anarchists. The aiders, basically you live to provide aid, whatever aid you can, to the people who need it the most. Democratic revolutionist. All laws must be deprived from democratically elected bodies. You seek to overthrow or reform all non-democratic bodies. The sunlighters, they basically despise corruption and backroom dealing and propaganda, so they uncover and disseminate evidence of corruption wherever they can. The consecrated, they want to seek divine wisdom and follow the teaching of sacred beings. Only by forging connections to the gods that they embody the teachings that will make the world a better place. The technologists, society must sever all dependencies on magic. Magic is inherently unequal, and only by building a society where the needs can be met without magic can we make a society where everybody can be equal. Enlightened, society is no more than the sum of its parts, so to improve society, we need to start giving people the tools to achieve mental and spiritual growth and enable them to reach their potential. The unbound, any laws that exist except to protect life and property are unjust, so we must enable a society where everyone is free from external impositions on them and empowered to support themselves. The greasers, although their enemies call them institutionalists, get their name because they believe that the envoys exist to help the system work a little bit more smoothly. They want to grease the wheels of the system and exist basically because they like government and think that the envoys are a cool, neat part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Makes me feel greasy too. The independents are sort of like, hey, the world's complicated, and I like a little from column A, a little from column B. I do what I can because this is what I believe, but you ultimately don't sort of subscribe to any one of the major ideologies. And then you have cynics, right? Like, I don't really care about any of this crap. Like, I'm an envoy because whatever reason I happen to be here, but I'm not I'm not a revolutionary. I'm not, somebody who's going to change the world. This is just my job, or whatever other cynical reason that you have for being an envoy.
I'm gonna go cynic.
Okay. And what might your cynicism sort of take the form of?
She doesn't really. None of this really matters. I don't really think that any of this is going to change. I just need a job, so that's why I'm here.
Okay. Sounds good. So you get +1 vigilance. And you want to make a note of that somewhere because your vigilance was an increase in.
There it is. +1 vigilance.
And then you'll pick an additional personal value.
Ooh.
So normally you would choose 2 values, but you're going to choose 3. And in addition to the beliefs that line up with your ideology, every envoy has personal beliefs. They can choose them from the examples below, and I'll read those here in a bit, or you can create your own. Values should include I will statements. They can be whatever you want, but they should have an actionable quality to them so that it's clear when they're being adhered to or broken. This is there's usually a belief behind the action-oriented value, and players are encouraged to explore that But all that's necessary for character creation is the I will value, the I will blank value itself. So some values, again, these are completely up to you. You can make up whatever you want. But some example values are I will serve the teachings of my faith before any other person, place, or thing, even family. I will not waste anything. I will not put my life in someone's hands or believe what they say unless they earn it. I will survive. I will not concern myself with others who are weak or need help. I will accept whatever happens and try not to change it. I will do whatever I feel like in the moment. I will act to create a verdant environment and oppose environmental harm. I will always put my community or people first. I will always help those in need. I will never kill someone. You get the idea, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So I think I'm gonna do. I like the I will not put my life in someone's hands unless they earn it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm gonna do that. I also think I'm gonna do. I will do whatever I have to. How do I want to word this? I will do what I need to do for myself. I don't think that's what I wanted to say.
I will put myself first.
I will put myself first. Thank you. That's better. And then I have one more, correct?
You will choose 3 total.
3, okay. And then I will put I will always get paid for. Oh, go ahead.
There was another one. One of the examples. I will not go back to a purgatorium. That's like jail. Yours could be, if you're part of this community. Maybe you were a debt servant, hereditary debt servant. So maybe I won't ever go back to being a servant or whatever. That might be one.
Yeah, actually, that's what we'll do. Okay. Oh wow, that got really, really small. I will not to being and okay. Spelled that wrong. There we go.
And one more.
I will put myself first. I will not put my life in someone's hands unless they earn it, and I will not go back to being in servitude.
Oh, okay, perfect. There you go. Next thing that you'll choose is dramatic hooks. Each player picks 2 dramatic hooks for their character. These are motivations and people particular to your character that drive your character's story. So they can take the form of missions that you want to do, or recurring problems that you're trying to overcome, or tragic flaws that drive the story of your character. Okay. They serve as sort of hooks or signals to the GM, letting them know what sort of stories that you're interested in playing with your character. So, if you can imagine like video games with like side quests, for your companions, right? Like these are your side quests, right? Like what kind of things do you want the GM to start building your side quests around?
$20,000.
Oh yes. Man, that is fantastic.
200% funded. We are at 4 hours and
33 minutes.
You know what? I'm going to say 32 minutes and 34 seconds.
Sure.
4 hours,
amazing.
32 minutes and 34 seconds.
Can we make another graphic that says 200% funded in blah 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 blah?
I sure can.
Sweet treats.
Congrats, Opti.
Yeah. This is good news. We're on the right path, baby. We were born this way. I don't know if we were born this way. I don't know if that really makes sense in this context.
I love it because you're a face and I need to get you on places, but sometimes your mouth keeps going and it's like, why did we get here?
Opti's unfacing stuff.
Opti's rolling nat 1 there.
Right?
Glitch.
Even faces can roll poorly. Except in Subversion, it doesn't tend to happen for various reasons, which we aren't talking about. In fact, what we are talking about is building characters. So dramatic hooks. Whenever your dramatic hook becomes relevant in the game, you and the GM will both gain 3 grit. So if you like, hey, I have a child that I have from a previous marriage, and they're always following me around, and it's a big pain in the ass to keep the child safe while also doing envoy stuff, right? Anytime that sort of comes up, if the GM says like, hey, I want to use that, then both you and the GM will get 3 grit, and it'll become a thing. Dramatic hooks can come in a large variety of forms. So here's a couple examples to get your brain thinking. I want to find out what happened to my missing sister. I want to become a master yojin. That's a sort of magical martial artist. I need to find a way to get an expensive medical treatment for my child. My granddaughter has gotten in trouble with her involvement in the Bravia crime family, and I want to bail her out. I keep making horrible romantic decisions and leaving a trail of exes that are causing me problems. That one's fun. I want to find the lost city that my mother never could. I want to prove that Dynacorp was responsible for the dam breaking and make them pay. My character wants to get paid, but I want them to realize that they actually care about stuff. Or care about stuff. The emphasis there is important. My character is determined to take down the system or die trying. And if they do go, I want them to go down dramatically. Right? So you get to choose sort of the arc of your character in however specific or broad directions that you want.
So I had 2 ideas, but now I really like the horrible romantic decisions, and I think this could be a lot of fun. So I think what I'm gonna do is
you can have more, right? Like the GM is going to choose which of these come up at any given time, so you can have as many as you want. But at least
my first idea was I want to find my place in the world, like to find the place where I can settle down, where I can belong. So I think I'm going to do that, and then I think I'm also going to do I keep making horrible romantic decisions, and it keeps coming back to bite me.
Awesome. All right, next thing, we're going to choose relations. So here's where you determine your connections to the NPCs in the world. And they also can act as dramatic hooks as well. So this is broken into 3 categories: personal relations, factions, and community. And these relations are allies for you, but they also can act as hooks for the GM. Let me see here.
If I make this smaller, Sarah, so I can scroll up so people can see it, is that going to mess up the screen? Because I can't scroll down any further.
Sarah,
she's not at a computer.
Okay. Never mind. I will just wait for her to come back.
There is a reference to the relation packages. I'm trying to find out where those are. Because this will be while we're on the stream, you can actually build up your relations, or you can just choose a sort of array from oh, okay, gotcha. They are going to be in the relation paradigm, I think. So you get 30 fortune to spend on the relation paradigm. And that is on page 125. So, oh yeah, just like we did with the community, you can choose one of these. You can choose 3 of these to have as your personal relations, and then you get to name them, and they'll just be people that you know.
Okay. And you said, I'm sorry, I have 10 fortune, 10
You have 30 fortune.
30 fortune. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that including the plus 10 because
Yeah, because I had
classed?
You get, so you have more fortune in general. Like you start off with, I think, 275 fortune to build things. We haven't gotten to the place where you're really spending
okay.
a whole lot. So you probably don't want to spend extra fortune at this point on, you could, on paired or on the relationships, but
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna do. Oh wow, there's a lot of them. I'm gonna do brawler. Oh wait, is that the right one? Oh nope, that's the wrong one. Never mind. I'm sorry. I was skipping ahead on accident.
Yeah.
Let's do. Let's do former employer.
Okay.
That's one of them, right?
Yep.
Yeah, let's do former employer. I don't know a name yet, but and that's
okay. So I see. I made a mistake. Go down to page 128, and there's personal relations, and this is where you're going to want to pick from, unless you're already picking from there, and I was interrupting you. But the ones I originally pointed you to were for the community.
I was looking at, there was a table that I was looking at, but
You're looking on page 130.
Yes.
Yes, then perfect. You can totally do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did the.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I was just gonna do the former employee. They hired her to do a job once, and they kept in touch.
Sounds good.
All right.
So the former employee only costs 2 fortune, so you'd still have 28 fortune to go.
Oh, okay. So we'll do former employer. We'll do crime boss.
Okay. So like maybe a gang boss in the Undercity.
Yeah. And then
And that's 12 you've spent so far. You got 18 left. And any you don't spend, you can just keep as fortune for the rest of it.
Okay. So we'll do crime boss. And then we'll do old friend, which is another 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll save the rest of them.
All right. So you have 16 extra fortune to use for the rest of character creation. All right. Next up, you're going to choose your debt. I think for the purposes of the stream, that's going to be a little bit crunchy, and so we're going to skip that. And that would just give you extra fortune for you to spend. But since you're Undercity, and since you already have extra fortune, the penalties for taking debt as an Undercity cast person is they're not really worth it anyway.
Okay.
So we'll just skip ahead to choose attribute scores. We suggest that you there's an array down there, but the array is not going to really apply to you because you've got you already have some unbalancing stuff because of your lineage choice. Like I think your brawn got bumped up to 3 or something like that.
It did.
Right. So we're going to instead just go raise these manually. Let's see how many. There was a suggestion of how much you spend because, like, you can, if you want, just take all that fortune and sort of build your character however you want to. But there's a suggestion of how to split all that up. Copy and paste this. So attributes, you should spend about 35.
Okay.
And the costs down there on page 93.
Okay.
So for your character, the attributes being agility, which should be pretty self-explanatory, right? Like that's your physical movement. Brawn is your physical health, and maybe constitution would be a word that rings a bell. Your wit is sort of quick thinking, or not necessarily smart, but just like things, you think of things quickly, right? You're smart with your mouth. You're quick with thinking of things. Your charisma is basically how people take you, right? How your initial first impressions, that kind of thing, or ability to whip people up or scare them. Awareness is your ability to just sort of perceive things as they happen. Right? Could be either mental awareness or physical awareness, and your will, ability to not have anybody force you to do something you don't want to do.
Okay.
Do you have an idea for your character, like what they sort of want to be, like what their special skills might be?
Yeah, I was thinking more of like a brawler type character. So like physical strength,
definitely brawn, and maybe even agility.
Yeah, I was thinking definitely brawn, agility, maybe a little bit of awareness. I would say they're probably not the most intelligent person, but they might be a little bit more charismatic when they want to be.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I was thinking. And so the highest we can have is 7, right? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the highest you can have at character creation is 4.
Okay.
So that'll make things a little bit simpler. So if you wanted to raise that brawn, for example, to 4, that would cost 16 fortune.
Okay. So yeah.
But then keep in mind that you also have an additional 16 from your relations, and you also have an additional 10 from your cast.
Okay. And then, okay. So if I do this 4, let's get 16. Get my calculator out so I can make sure I'm not overspending. Let's do. Do you have to have a point in each one, or can I leave 1 or 2 of them at 0?
You can leave wherever you want at 0. Yeah.
Okay.
0 is just sort of average, right? So it's not like you're bad at it. It's just you're not going to get any bonuses for using that.
Okay. Let's do. All right. So if I wanted to put 2 points in agility.
So you have to build them up 1 at a time. So it goes from 0 to 1. That's 1 fortune. And then from 1 to 2 is 4 fortune. So that would be a total of.
Awareness at 1. Charisma at 1.
Oh, hey, Cliff came back, I think.
Yep.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Yep.
I was like looking at the stream, and I was like, "Oh, it's Cliff." Basically, I'm walking Elizabeth through character creation, and then as we do that, like, everybody else is sort of in the background thinking through things while we walk through, so that we can just sort of should be pretty straightforward when we move on to Ava, and then we'll move on to Cliff, and then if Sarah's ready, we'll move on to Sarah. But basically, follow along in the book as we're making characters, and then when I get to you, if you have any questions, great. Otherwise, you can just tell me what you've chosen.
Okay. How is that? I don't know if I should want to spend all of my fortune, or if I want to. Do I want to save it for other things? things?
I think you should at least spend the 35. Yeah.
Okay.
But if you want to bump one or two, I mean, you've got another, 26 or so to spend after that 35, which is sort of free.
Okay.
Right? So I wouldn't stress too much about it.
Okay.
But yeah, that looks pretty good.
I'll just do
5,
this,
10,
and then
11.
why is math hard today? Make sure I'm doing it.
Because it ends in Y.
You've spent 27 so far, if my math is correct. And also you got a pretty big bump in your brawn, right? So your numbers are going to be a little bit higher, I think.
Okay. Well, then I'll just bump that up to 2. Okay.
All right. So 2 agility, 4 brawn, 0 wit, 1 charisma, 2 awareness, and 0 will. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, 3 agility.
Yeah, 3 agility.
Okay. So that would be, I think, 10, 11, 27. That looks like it would be 36. My math is right.
Oh, 36. Okay. Yeah, that's
perfect. All right. Next up, we will choose, and the way the attributes work is whenever you make a roll, you would just add the attribute that you're using along with that skill. You would just add it as a straight modifier to the roll. So if you rolled a 12 on the dice and you were doing something that had to do with agility, you would just add 3 straight onto that roll. So it would be a 15.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we're going to choose skills. There are, I think, 12 different skills, and they all start at 1. So 1 is sort of the default, what you know about this skill just by existing in the world of Neo Babylon, right? So everybody has a 1 in tech because they just know how to do computer stuff because they do computers all the time, or they know how to drive a car just because that's what you get by living in the world, right? So that would be a 1 in piloting. Okay. So everything starts at 1, and you could enter 1 in all of those ranks right there in that first column. But you can also raise them up for 15 fortune each. And we recommend that you spend 165 or so fortune. And I believe that will get you, let's see. So that's 11 skill points, skill ranks. A little bit easier math on this one. And you can only have a max of 4 on this one.
Okay.
At character generation, anyway.
So I'm going to bump my melee up to 4.
Okay.
Actually, I take it back. I'm going to make that a 3. I'm going to put physicality at 3.
And for those at home, the different skills are arts, deception, humanities, influence, magic arts, melee combat, observation, physicality, piloting, range combat, science, and tech. Should be fairly straightforward, I think, but maybe science and tech aren't as straightforward. So science is sort of understanding the ideas behind something, and tech is actually like building or hands-on type work. So if you're building a house, it would be tech. If you're thinking about quantum entanglement, that's science.
Okay, I think that's 11. 6, 7, 11. Okay, that's 11 points.
I'm only seeing, let me see, your screen sharing.
Let's see, because I put 1 in deception, I put 2 in influence, I put 3 in melee, 1 in observation, 3 in physicality, and 1 in piloting.
Okay, I'm counting 12.
Oh.
But that's still fine. I think
Nope,
still
nope, that's fine. Nope, I can fix it. Numbers, for whatever reason, today are just not my friend.
Now I'm counting 10.
Oh.
It was, your screen keeps going blurry sometimes, so I'm not sure.
Sorry.
That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. Perfect. You got it. Yes, AJ Jones, nunchuck skills would be covered under melee combat, and you can you can specialize further in your nunchucks in some of the paradigms that we have later. Perfect. So you got your skills, and next we are going to choose paradigms. Now, this is the part where it could go a very long time, and so I think instead of sort of trying to be the absolute best we could possibly be with every possible combination, I think it would be best to sort of take a broad view, look at some of the paradigms that you might want to go in, and just sort of choose some obvious ones instead of, like, obviously reading through everything. So you said you wanted to be a sort of brawler, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we're going to click on the brawler paradigm, which is on page 131. And you can choose from any paradigm, right? You can, as long as you pay for the fortune, you can choose from any of these, unless they have a prerequisite or something like that. But if you're going to be a brawler, that's sort of what you want to do. We can make you an archetypal brawler. The options for brawler are pretty big, so I'm just going to let you take a look at that while I talk to the audience about the paradigm.
All right.
But you do have, let me see, what was it? 60 fortune to spend on paradigms under the suggested amount. So that's basically 6 choices.
Okay.
Or if there's one that costs 20, you can do that as well.
Okay.
But under the brawler paradigm, like I said, paradigms are sort of like classes in D&D, but you don't have to be of a certain level to access them. You can sort of just multi-class into as many paradigms as you want to, and you can pick whatever features that you want from each paradigm. So, for example, brawler that Elizabeth is choosing right now, you have reflexive combat that takes 10 fortune. For good or ill, you're always ready for a fight. So in the first round of any cinematic, that's essentially initiative time. You can add 1d6 to combat rolls while suffering, -2 to your guard. Martial arts, you know how to use your body as a weapon. Your unarmed attacks do 2d6 damage instead of 1d6. Grappler, you've trained in wrestling and grappling and are able to immobilize and pin an opponent. If you want to shut a fight down, you don't need to be strong. You just need to know where to apply the pressure. And you can use melee combat instead of physicality for grapple-related roles. Disarm. As a main action, you can make a melee combat check against the guard of the target in touch range. On a success, you knock a held item, such as tool or weapon, from their hands onto the ground. On a dynamic success, you can instead take the item into your possession. And on a critical success, you can take a main action to immediately use that item that you've stolen. So they're all pretty flavorful. Some of them will give you passive boosts or passive boosts to other abilities. Some of them give you the ability to do something that you weren't able to do before, certain actions or abilities. Some enhance the abilities you already have, etc., etc. Some might give you bonuses to whatever you're doing. If in the magical paradigms, they might give you different spells. In the breacher paradigms, you might get different exploits to use on various machines, etc., etc. Right? So the different paradigms we have are are, let me go back, and I will just read out all the paradigms. I don't think I've done that. While Elizabeth is still choosing, unless you're done, then that's fine too.
I am done, but if you want to keep reading, that's fine.
I will keep reading. So these are the trained paradigms. These are the ones that basically anybody can get, because all that is required is you put in the training. We have the brawler paradigm, the face paradigm. Basically a face, if you played Shadowrun, with high charisma character, basically, that can convince people. The artist, and that could be any kind of art, from music to physical art, painting or creating works of art in the community. The delver, which is Indiana Jones type paradigm. Magic hunter, you really don't like magic users and you want to shut them down, so you take that. Researcher, there's like if any of you ever saw Buffy the Vampire Slayer, like Giles would be a researcher, right? Like he just knows exactly what book to pull off the shelf, and he knows how to find out information. A rouser, which is sort of like a face except for crowds, right? Like you're really into community organizing and getting people to mobilize and activate. Militaire would be somebody who had been in the military or maybe LIJAC training and has sort of martial abilities. A watchdog, that's sort of like a private detective, somebody who can search out clues and put things together. And scoundrel, which is sort of like a criminal paradigm. Like you're really good at doing illegal and shady things. Cyber paradigms involve you getting cyberware or using cyberware. And these paradigms are not trained, because when you purchase them with your fortune, they're actually getting you something physical. Still, anybody can take them, but they're not training. And those paradigms are breacher, which is people who breach computer systems, right? Breach firewalls. Jumpers, people who put their consciousness into devices, so for example, like a rigger in Shadowrun. And then there's cyberware, which is basically you just straight up build your body in different ways. Then we have arcane magic, sacred magic, and sublime magic. I'm not going to read all those, but there's different colleges for the arcane. There's different deities and different powers you can focus on for sacred magic, and sublime magic has different elements. So what did you choose, Elizabeth?
I chose martial arts.
Okay.
Take the hit. Disarm. Punch it, block, and riposte.
Alrighty.
Does that go under abilities?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, normally if you had the bigger character sheet, you could just put that on your character journal and sort of say like, hey, this is what I chose, and then put the abilities wherever you want them, right? Like if it's a passive bonus, maybe you don't want that in the abilities at all. You just sort of write that, into whatever it gives a bonus to. But for now, I think probably writing things on the abilities area is the way to go.
Okay.
Next up, we are going to figure out how to read our own table of contents. There we go. Purchase gear. So we'll go to the gear section on page 97. And if there's any gear that you need, you can buy it here. Keep in mind that because of your cast, you will get a certain amount of gear that is just always available to you. The higher cast you are, the better gear and the more of it you have available. But for Undercity, you have a communal or neighborhood C-Link or Clink. This is basically a single phone or a single ATM-like machine that can allow you to get on the cybernet, allow you to order things, allow you to access calls and things like that. Other than that, you don't have a a Halo or a comlink or a phone or anything like that. So if you want one, you'd have to buy it.
Okay.
So yeah, most communication would happen at the C-Link, and so that's why there's big lines, in the Undercity to use C-Link most of the time. And you would have a backpack worth of clothing, which is probably ill-fitting, torn, and patchwork. So as an Undercity person, that's all you have access to.
Okay.
So probably what you would want to buy, at very least, would be a Halo, which is a handheld link organizer. I think actually a harmonic link organizer would change it to. The cheapest version, called Palos, you can buy them at a C-Link or anywhere else. It allows you to basically do what you need to do, but it's always sort of throwing ads in your face, and it's pretty lame. Or you could, step it up and pay 2 fortune for your own personal Halo, or 3 fortune if you want like a super fancy halogram, which is a custom physical interface, right? It's shaped the way you want it to look. Or a Greylo, which is sort of not for everyday use, but sort of for anonymity, like a burner phone that that doesn't have ads.
Okay. She'll probably just stick with the personal Halo.
Okay. So 2 fortune for that.
Right.
And then you can take a look at the other gear there, and I don't think there's going to be anything that you're going to need, right?
Mhm.
This is all just sort of stuff that you think your character might want, because otherwise you get along in the community without it.
Yeah, I was looking, and I don't really think there's anything else that she would get, at least not right away. She would use her fists, so she doesn't really need a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
So I think probably just a personal Halo for now.
Okay. And for transportation, Undercity does not come with transportation. So if you wanted to buy some transportation, you could do that as well.
And you said in the Undercity, it's mainly like motorcycle, that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So a personal bike would cost 2 fortune. You can have all these sort of other options too if you want, but that's on page 111 if you want to look at it. Or you could just not, right? And everybody figures it out together. Or maybe you just don't go many places. Maybe all of the stuff that you have to do is within the immediate community. Or you could always buy it later.
Yeah, I think she probably wouldn't have one right away.
Sure.
She'd probably just use like whatever transit's available to her without having to buy one.
Alrighty. So then the last thing we're going to do, the finishing touches, are going to be to make your defenses. These are sort of made by combining other attributes. So the first defense that we're going to calculate is your guard. And that is your agility times 2 plus 6.
All right.
And your vigilance is your wit times 2 plus 6.
Whoops, you said plus 6 for the first one, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, so that's 12.
So agility times 2 plus 6. I actually think you also had a plus 1 to vigilance somewhere along the line for maybe your IQ. So keep that in mind.
Okay. So yeah, my vigilance is very low.
That's right. So yeah, your wit, which is 0 times 2, 0 plus 6. So I guess it'd be 7 total. Right?
Oh, yep, you're right. Sorry.
Your Aegis, which is your sort of spiritual or magic defense, is awareness times 2 plus 6.
Okay.
I'm watching on the on the YouTube stream. It's like a little bit behind. I'm like, what's taking you so long? Just write it down for Pete's sake. Then your initiative is a little bit more complicated.
Okay.
But thankfully, you only have to calculate it once. That's your agility times 3 plus your awareness times 2
Hold on, I gotta write this down. Awareness times 2?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Plus wit.
Plus
So
0.
I guess it would be 9 plus
13.
4. 9 plus 4? Yeah, 13. Yeah.
All right.
Your condition, that's your sort of general health, is health, anonymity, and grit. Your health is brawn times 4 plus 12. And a lot of these, again, for the people watching at home, is a little bit mathy right here at the very beginning. But we do it this way so that we math it out here at the very beginning so that we can sort of ignore it for the rest of the game.
So I got 28 for my health. Is that correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Seems right. 4 times 4, 16 plus 12. Yep, that's right.
Okay.
Anonymity is charisma times 4 plus 12.
So 20?
20? Yep.
Okay.
Andrew Burke says, what about a banana phone? You could absolutely have a banana phone if you wanted a halogram in the shape of a banana phone. Absolutely. Because why not? The people who are willing to spend 3 grit on or 3 fortune on a phone get what they want. And then your grit is will plus 6.
So 0? Oh, just 6. Never mind. I wasn't told there was going to be a lot of math today, so I was not mentally prepared.
No, this part of character creation is a little bit mathy, but we're all done. We're done now.
Okay.
Breathe. Shake it off. Shake it off. All right. Now you're going to choose 2 languages that your character knows.
Okay.
Common Ur is the sort of default language. If you want to be fancy pants, then you might speak Nobler. But then there's also the sort of cultural languages that you might know, Kaldani, Lacharuk. You're from Churuk, I believe.
Yes.
So Lacharuk might make the most sense as a language, and Common Ur so that you could understand everybody else.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we will do.
And as we move on, I'm gonna not do this part with you.
Okay.
But as we move on, while everybody else is making their characters, you could be thinking about this section before your first session on page 95, where you think about how do your characters know each other? Do they have any mutual relations or connections? What goals and values and dramatic hooks do they have as far as maybe in comparison to each other? And how do each character's abilities and weaknesses interact? And maybe if there's any important skills that haven't been covered yet. So just be thinking about those things. And we will now switch over to Cliff. Do you have a time constraint on you?
Yeah, I've got to head out in a little under half an hour.
Okay, why don't we, Ava, would you mind if we went with Cliff?
No, go for it.
Okay.
Do you guys want to take a break at all, or
after Cliff?
Yeah, we'll take a break after Cliff. I don't want to cut Cliff short.
Okay.
So
I have to step away for a few minutes, so
Sure.
just ping me if
fine.
you need me.
Yeah.
Sure, I haven't even told you that my lineage is dwarven, and you're already making short jokes.
All right. Well, like with that in mind, right, Cliff, you've made a number of characters so far. So am I hearing you right that you're wanting to choose dwarf?
Yep.
All right.
With the dwarven character.
Have you chosen your lineage trait?
Yep. For my lineage trait, I chose what's it called? Lessons from the Ground. It'll add +1 to my brawn after I assign attributes.
Okay. Now notice, I bring this up only because there's a difference. Elizabeth had a lineage choice that allowed her to get +3 to her before, right? Like, but as she was choosing it, and Cliff says after attributes have already been chosen, then you assign this. Like, so they have a slightly different, coming at it slightly different ways. All right, and your origin?
With the urban Babylonian.
Okay. And do you have your options there as well?
Yep, I chose adaptable burying. Once per session, I can add a d6 on a skill test. And access to care, I get +1 to my maximum grit. And then I picked consummate consumer. I gain 1 less grit when acting on an impulse, except when it involves buying something, then it's an extra grit.
Awesome. And your background?
Background will be agriculturalist.
Nice. That works well. Can't beat that.
Yeah.
For your
family
cast.
are beet farmers.
Excellent. For your cast, did you go with Undercity?
I went with lower middle.
Okay. So you are coming from somewhere else, right? And coming to the Undercity.
Okay, so the community's in the Undercity?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I forgot you weren't with us the whole time.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
The community, I don't know how much you heard, but the community is a community of sort of they were all victims of hereditary debt, and they all fled that one way or the other and came to the Undercity and formed a community.
Okay.
And now they're all
with mine.
Now they're farmers. Basically, they live on a sort of farm. So yeah, works pretty well.
Sounds good. I was a farmer before, and
your skills
corporations wanted my family land, and they used corrupt but legal means to take it from me.
That sounds about right.
So my dramatic hook is to take power back from the corporations and the rich.
Nice. Do you have an impulse yet?
Yep, impulse is indulgence. My trigger is when I'm disrespected due to caste or wealth differences. Then my response is largesse. I need to go out and buy stuff to prove that to prove my worth.
Okay. Do you have an ideology?
Ideology is sunlighter.
Ooh, I like that one.
I'm
basically gonna bring all the stuff to light.
Yeah, bring all the stuff to light. Expose corruption and ill deeds. And for my values, sort of picked my first one off of that. I will expose corruption whenever I discover it. Another value is I will help people who have been treated unjustly. And another value is a little bit more selfish. I will not stand by when others disrespect me.
Nice. I want to take a small break, not break, but a small moment to acknowledge the fact that I haven't been paying attention to the chat. Let's see. AJ says, I'm Aegis, been playing the Yetin Alina from the Food Truck Convoy. That's the actual play that Clockwork Tube has been doing on his channel. Let's see. 2501 Project says anything like Tuk Tuks or Shadowrun 5th Edition's Coco Taxis available for transit. I don't think I'm actually familiar with. Do you know what that is, Cliff?
Coco Taxi is like a little mini cab. I think it's a little 3-wheeled sort of a. It's basically kind of like a car, but it's more like a scooter with a large covered seat in the back. A tuk-tuk, I think, is. I might be mistaken, but I think it's like a little 2-wheeled vehicle that's pulled by someone.
Mm-hmm.
But I might be mistaken on exactly what that is. Maybe it's referring to like a powered vehicle that's similar to the Coco Taxi.
In Thailand, is a 3-wheeled motorized vehicle used as a taxi.
Not motorized. Okay.
So
the Coco Taxi is inspired by the tuk-tuk, I guess.
So, like, the answer is kind of like it's not like they can't or don't necessarily exist. It's just it would depend on your caste, what you have access to, right? So, if you were Undercity, then probably not, right? Number one, there's not many of those that are going to be down there, and like nobody's going to cater to you, right? So, but maybe you could maybe that could be your gig, right? Like it's like in an Undercity where it's really difficult to get around, like taking people who can't physically walk or maybe it's not safe. That could be actually like a big time job if you could figure out how to navigate that. But in the uppers, your transportation is based on your caste. So you, as a lower caste person, you wouldn't have access to being able to drive your own vehicle or to ride a creature. You would have to sort of ride a motorcycle or a small vehicle, that only you could ride. And then as you go up in caste, you will sort of get the ability to use more transportation and go different places. So from public transport down here to all the way at the elite class would be able to use flying creatures like griffins or other flying creatures. You could use your own flying cars. You could have large flying things, and you could like inhabit certain areas of Babylonian airspace. So yeah, everything in between. It would really just depend on your caste. So I imagine that the Tuk Tuk idea would work best as an Undercity gig or as a lower caste thing for somebody who might not have access to other things, but who really needs to get around quickly or without means to other things. All right. Popping back in. Single letter J also says, hello, I'm the Orc Samuel on Clockwork's campaign. Hello. Thanks for watching us and sharing the love. Cliff, we just talked about your character being a sunlighter, bringing corruption to light, and you had some other ideals that you shared. So moving on to dramatic hooks. Have you thought through any dramatic hooks yet?
Yeah, I took the take power back one, so take power back from the corporations and the rich.
Oh, okay. I thought that was your ideal, but that was your... Okay, got it. All right. Do you have any other ones or just that one?
Just that one.
We were aiming for 2.
Aiming for 2? Okay.
You can.
Let's see, what else should I go with? Let's see, what page are those?
I was on page 90.
Here we go. I think approval. I think I would like to gain the approval of the people in the Undercity that I'm around.
Okay. I like that.
I come
next.
From up above, which is generally seen as more privileged, but, I'm down here with them now.
Yep. Next is choosing your relations. So there's a sort of chart. Where did it go? I've lost it again. The relation paradigm on page 130. It's got a bunch of example relations. So rather than buying them all, just sort of look at those at a glance.
Which version of the document are you on?
This is 049.
Oh, I'm a little bit behind in my version here. Where do I grab that?
I'm going to Discord it to you.
All right, I'm downloading that. You said page 130?
130. And again, like this is you could build your own however you want to, but for our purposes, it might be easy just to sort of choose a couple and then move on. I encourage Elizabeth to choose 3 of these, and then to keep whatever fortune that you normally use. Normally, we encourage you to spend like 30 fortune here. But if you don't end up choosing the 30 fortune, then just save it and carry it over. All right. So, do you have an idea for relations?
All right, it's just getting to the page now.
Oh, sorry.
Page
I was just
number
telling the
on
Discord
PDF or-
about how. Sorry, I'm normally more talkative than this. There's so much activity going on in the Discord right now. Like, I can only sort of glance at it out of the corner of my eye.
All right, well, I want to take something along the lines of a cyberdoc.
Okay.
I don't see that option there, but
so there is like a normal relation, might be or a minor relation, personal connection under minor relation, or depending on how good of a friend you want them to be. Like maybe a sponsor, right? Somebody who's more competent than you, who's willing to do you some favors from time to time.
yeah, I think I'll build it off the confidant.
Okay.
So
I think
that's what, 15?
Looks like 15, yeah.
But the primary skill would be, let's see, for a street doc type person, it would be
Science.
Science? Okay.
Like another example relation is obnoxiously competent sibling. Somebody who will help you because they're family, but you absolutely hate interacting with them. I think Elizabeth had crime boss, former employer, and something else.
Yes, I did former employer, crime boss, and an old friend.
I think I'll go with the Baru.
Okay. So Barus are priests. Hey, Clockwork. Cargen. Chargen?
Character generation.
I know. I know what it is, Ava.
Okay.
I was having an internal dialogue about like what the appropriate way to say that word is. Because it looks like chargens. But
Yeah.
it's
your
going well.
internal dialogue was external.
It's going well. Yeah, I know. I have no filter today. I gotta be careful. It's going well. It's we're having a good time. We walked through it pretty at a pretty medium pace with Elizabeth, but since everybody else was sort of doing their work in the background, this is going pretty quick.
Yeah, I think I'll go with the Baru and a little sibling.
All right. We're gonna skip debt and go right to choosing your attribute scores. And you normally would get 35 fortune, but if you didn't spend the full 30 on relations, then you can get a little bit more. Plus, you have I think a bonus amount of fortune because you chose, was it lower middle cast?
I think that one has no bonus fortune or fortune cost.
Okay. Then you get nothing.
All right, I think I'll use the attribute arrays here to make that faster. I'm going to go with option 1, so I get 1, 3, 1, 1, and the rest are 2s.
Okay. And then after that, you would choose your skills. And we recommend, I think you get 11 skill points to distribute, and every skill starts at 1.
All right, so I'm going to go with agility at 3, and I'll put my 1 into charisma. And for my brawn, I'll go with a 2, but then it gets bumped up to a 3 by my lineage choice. Then everything else is a 2.
Awesome.
So with my 11 ranks, I get to add those directly to the ones.
Mm-hmm. And you can only hit 4 at charging.
All right, so I think this character is going to be fairly physical. So I'll put physicality at 3 and ranged combat at 3 and melee combat at 3. So, see, where would farming skills come in?
I think that'd be science.
All right, I'll put that at 3 as well. So that's 8 of them spent.
Yeah, you can sort of skin science and humanities however makes sense to your character. Because obviously not everybody's going to be a specialist at everything, but try to make it broad enough that you could be good at the thing that you're good at.
All right, so science, ranged combat, physicality, melee combat. Each of those at 3, leaving me 3 more points to spend. I'll put 1 more each into arts, humanities, and observation.
Awesome. And you have 60 fortune now to spend on paradigms. I encourage Elizabeth not to go searching every paradigm for the most perfect combination, but maybe to pick 1 or 2 paradigms that make the most sense for your character and sort of spend them there. So if you don't mind following that example and just letting us know which paradigm or 2 that you think your character might make the most sense with.
All right, I think I'm going to go with a character that's pretty good with ranged combat. I think Watchdog I'll go with, even though it's not necessarily ranged combat. And I'm not really a law person, but it fits well with the Sunlighter thing.
Yeah, watchdogs don't have to be law oriented, like private detectives or just people who are really good at things like maybe Sherlock Holmes.
Yep, I think I'll pick up Scan the Scene from that. That gives me a D6 on observation skill tests I make when looking around a room or a scene.
Mm-hmm.
And once per session during a cinematic, I can use a backup action to make an observation test to increase my defenses for the remainder of the encounter.
Clockwork Tuba pops in, I want to take a second to remind you folks that you did it in 3234. You are amazing and wonderful,
34.
full of starlight, and this game is funded. What are we at right now? Ava, can you check and see where we are?
We are. Which tab? Which tab? There you are. 213% funded at 332 backers.
Fantastic. That is absolutely cool. Thank you,
amazing.
everybody who's helped us out.
60
Right,
fortune.
and I think the other paradigm I'm going to go with is cybernetic related.
Okay.
So I wanted to make a cybernetic dwarf.
Nice.
So let's see here. Pick some stuff that involves shooting.
Cliff wrote most of our cyberware paradigm. So, thank you, Cliff.
Thanks for letting me do it. I think I'm going to go with a cybernetic arm.
Okay.
For 10 fortune. And then I'll spend some more fortune on enhancing that arm. I'm going to give it a cyber weapon, a one-handed close combat or ranged weapon that is concealed in the cyber arm. Only a cybernetic scanner is capable of detecting it, and I can spend a backup action to deploy or conceal it. I'll have to spend the fortune cost of the weapon in addition to the fortune for the enhancement choice. Does that come from my 60 here, or do I have other fortune to spend on gear?
You can. You have 10 fortune to spend on gear, so if you wanted to spend it here instead.
Okay, I think the cybernetics will be expensive, so I will save that and spend some of my gear fortune on that. So let's see here. What else?
Meanwhile, Ava, have you chosen your lineage yet?
Oh, yes. I'm playing a goblin.
Nice.
From the Undercity. That's where they're from. Criminal background. Because, yeah.
Very, very cool.
God, you distracted me from what I was doing. What was I doing?
I don't know. Sorry.
Oh, right. I was looking at paradigms. Okay.
Cliff, did you finish the choosing paradigms?
Just about. So I've got the cyber arm with the cyber weapon, probably going to be a pistol or something built into my arm.
Okay.
And I'm also going to go with cyber skin, which gives me +1 armor, and I'm going to get armor skin 1 and 2 on that. So I'll have really armored up skin. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, so 60 fortune spent. That's all my paradigms. So yeah, my armor skin gives total my armored cyber skin with all the enhancement slots filled up gives me a total of +3 armor and +2 health.
Okay.
So I'll be a tough dwarf with a gun in my hand.
And you can spend the rest of your fortune on gear if you'd like. And that's on page 97. Your lower middle status gives you a personal halo and a transit pass if you're in the upper city. And a small closet of clothing. It's more than most folk in the Undercity have. If there's anything else you need, you can buy that, or we can skip right to finishing touches.
All right, let's see here. Pistol's going to cost me 2 fortune. And I'm going to go with armored clothing for another 2. And I think that's really all I'm going to worry about for now.
All right, then we'll go to finishing touches and start off with your defenses. First is your guard. That will be your agility times 2 plus 6.
It's going to be a 12.
And your vigilance will be wit times 2 plus 6.
That'll be 10.
And your aegis will be awareness times 2 plus 6.
Also 10.
Then moving on to your initiative. This will be... Oh, I just realized we're still streaming Elizabeth's character sheet. Oh, well. Initiative will be agility times 3 plus awareness times 2 plus wit.
All right, that's a 15. See, my armor with my armored clothing and my cyber skin is 8. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. 8 armor is pretty good. Your health is going to be brawn times 4 plus 12.
That's 24.
Your enmity is going to be charisma times 4 plus 12.
Yeah, it's going to be 16.
And your grit is going to be will plus 6.
That would be 9, counting the +1 for my origin bonus.
Your character is quite attributable.
Yeah.
Pretty good stats. And your languages, you can choose 2. Like I said, I suggested commoner just so everybody could talk to each other, but what other language might you know?
Any that are particular to dwarven cultures?
The Kaldani have a traditionally large dwarven presence.
All right, I'll go with Kaldani then.
All right. And that will wrap us up for Cliff. We will come back. We're going to take a break now and then come back and do Ava's sheet. And maybe Sarah, if she's back. Who knows?
Sarah's not feeling well. I need to text her since we're going on break so that she can come and take us to break. Sarah.
Clockwork says, suggestion if possible, maybe write those formula in like lettering beneath the boxes on the sheet itself.
Oh, that would be nice, yeah.
Maybe.
One little adjustment I'm going to do is reduce my melee combat down to 2 and the max my range combat down to 4, so I'll be especially good with that pistol.
In the Undercity, you can totally use weapons. In the Upper City, it's generally looked down upon to have firearms, and you'll get yourself in a lot of trouble. But in the Undercity, no one cares.
Except I can hide it in my arm pretty well.
Yeah.
When I do finger guns, it really means something.
Could you imagine? Choo-choo.
I see we're at
All right.
214% funded.
Hell yeah.
Indeed.
Awesome. And we're ready for a break?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Are we coming back or are we...
Yeah, we're going to come back and do Ava's character creation.
Okay. All right. Well, then give us a few minutes and we'll be back shortly, folks.
Bye, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
because I think I have another stream in an hour.
And then what time do I need to be ready for Ginny? Oh.
Hello, welcome
Hey.
back.
So prepared.
Right? So professional over here.
Okay, so we're going to finish up our character creation with the community that we've been building this morning. And we did Elizabeth's character, we did Cliff's character, and now we're going to make Ava's character. As soon as
the camera wasn't on.
The camera's back on. There you go. So, I believe you said you chose a lineage for your character.
Yes, I did. Oh, that's very zoomed in on that. Okay, I'll have to.
And what is your lineage?
My lineage is Goblin.
Alrighty. And did you choose a lineage trait yet?
I did. Sorry, I can't look at the.
That's all right. For the chat.
Where is it?
Goblin lineage options. Yeah. The goblin lineage options are Goblin Scamper, Quick Mind, Quick Feet, Sensitive Ears, Long Fingers, and Diminutive. So Diminutive gives you...
Such a hard choice.
They're pretty clever. The Diminutive gives you +2 on physicality rolls related to hiding or navigating tight spaces.
Yes. I love it.
And for your origin...
For my origin is Babylonian Undercity. Because that's where I'm from.
And did you choose your origin options already?
I did. I took Adaptable Bearing for that +1d6 once per session.
Mm-hmm.
And Better Toughen Up. +1 Adamant. Because nothing phases her very much.
Yep. And Adamant is basically like mind armor. Prevents you from being too affected by any particular thing. Next up, then, is your origin drawback. You could pick from either the Babylonian Undercity drawbacks or the generic drawbacks.
Ooh, where was the Babylonian ones at? I missed those drawbacks. Oh, hey.
Page 83.
Yeah, I'm smart. It's right there, right after the gen options. Let's see what's there.
Unbelonging. People in the uppers don't trust Undercity folks. Monolingual. Instead of 2 languages, you only get 1. Survival mode. When you use an impulse, you gain 1 less grit. Unless that impulse involves lying, then you gain 1 extra grit. Today might be my last. In a culture that values small joys, there are also those who choose large passion instead. Each session you do not use an impulse, lose 4 enmity. That's a bad one. Authoritarian. Apply -2 to the result of any test when directly challenging or attacking an authority figure.
I think today might be my last is nice. I kind of like that one.
So basically, you're gonna be just using an impulse every single session. That's good.
Yeah.
Or else. All right, that's a fun one. For your background, what did you choose?
Background, I chose criminal.
Okay. That should bring you bring some interesting skills to the table.
Yes.
For cast, did you decide to go with Undercity as well?
Undercity, yeah.
Okay. And for your impulse, which should be coming up quite often, whatever you choose.
Yeah, my impulse, I went with... Can I get that on the screen? Probably not because of the way it's cropped.
It is kind of cropped funny, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, oh well. So my impulse is impetuous. She's very impatient when things are taking too long, when decisions need to be made.
Mm-hmm.
And so she'll just kind of make a decision on her own sometimes and take off without really thinking it through.
Okay. And let's see, we'll move into ideology. Is your character ideologically wed to being an envoy, or is it just something that you're forced into doing?
She is an independent.
Okay.
She's an envoy because it, I was gonna say pays the bills, but it's what I have to do to survive right now.
Okay. You, as a result of being independent, get an extra 10 fortune to spend on relations.
Yes.
I should have said this too. Also, the reason that the cynic gets +1 vigilance and the independent gets +10 fortune is because the other factions give you a faction contact worth about 10 fortunes. I don't think we mentioned that the last 2 times around.
I don't think so.
Better late than never. All right, and so you're an independent. You've got your own sort of thought process going on as to how to make the world better and how to be the best envoy you can be. What are your values?
So, the values I chose were I will survive no matter what, I will not waste anything, and I will never return to servitude.
Those are good ones. Your character's very... sounds traumatized. Sounds like a character that's got a lot to work through and is sort of doing the best they can to just sort of exist.
Yeah, basically.
That's good. That's good story stuff. Speaking of story stuff, have you thought through any of your dramatic hooks yet?
Yes, actually. The 2 that I have chosen is that my sister is in debt and I need to get her out.
Okay.
And I kind of took the one that Isabits did for the failed relationships, getting them in trouble. But I went with I keep putting my trust in the wrong people, and that gets her some animosity from others.
Yeah. All my exes live in the Undercity. Yeah. All right. So you got 2 there, and next up is choosing relations.
Right. I had not actually done that yet. Obviously, I was going to take the sister. But where are my...
So I think page 130 has the sort of cheat sheet that you can grab relations from.
Yes, it looks like it. 129, I think. And I have the base 30 plus 10 because my independent. And I was viewing the sister's debt, less the hereditary debt, but more to like a gang, of some sort.
Yeah, you can sort of frame it however you want.
Yeah. So let's see. 4 relations. I don't know.
One of our devs
falling short.
on our Discord channel, one of our devs was like, "Hey, how tight are we being with sharing the playtest documents?" The answer is no. Go to the Kickstarter and download them if you want.
Yeah. Let's go with a crime boss.
Okay. In the Undercity, that would probably be a gang boss.
Well, yeah. That's what I was figuring.
Okay. And you could unpack that later. Everybody else chose that same one, by the way. So
Oh, yeah.
it might be when we come back together. It might be interesting if it was the same one, but y'all, if maybe that's how you sort of got to where you were.
Yeah, that definitely could be.
Let's see. Next up is. Oh, did you choose them all already?
No,
Okay.
the gang box was the only one I got so far.
Oh, gotcha. And the sibling, right?
Well, yeah, the little sibling as well. And that's cheap.
Yeah, every time I look, it's more. So
Ooh.
I'm pretty excited. We're at 2% because I can't math right now. 222% funded at 340 backers.
Hell yeah.
22,292. Super.
I'm also taking a Baru.
Okay.
Because she has. I was looking at. I didn't look at exactly how advancements work, but she's got. I took Magic Arts 2, which wasn't enough to do any of the actual paradigms, but I figure she's moving in that direction.
Yeah. Another cool thing about Subversion is that you can actually become magically active, on your own time. You don't have to sort of plan that out ahead of time. You just want to sort of discover that along the way. You absolutely can.
Yeah.
All right, all done.
All
done with relations. Yeah, that's fine. Next up is choosing your attribute scores.
Yeah, so I just went with the chart that's there.
Okay, the array. Yeah.
The array, yeah. And I went with. Oh no, that's the wrong PDF. I need that one. I've got 3 agility, 2 wit, 3 awareness, 1 brawn, 0 charisma, and 1 will.
Fantastic. Next up, we